Chapter 6, Spring of a Moldavian Sun. I arrived at the first destination of my journey last summer, Bucharest's Unri Coanda International Airport. Getting to where I needed to go required a connection to Suceava Stefan cel Mare International Airport in Suceava, Romania. Disembarking from the plane, I made my way through the maze of passengers to pick up my bags and find a good spot to wait for the rest of the crew to arrive. The destination of the third leg was Castle Celtradat, as Cheesy called it. The Celtradat family home was high in the Carpathian Mountains, deep in the forest. I wasn't about to get lost in this one-building airport, nor miss anyone arriving, so I acquired a beverage and settled in for the wait. We had to travel about 60 km from this airport, and that should take about an hour in normal traffic, or so I was told. While sitting on the bench, I wondered why I was in Romania and not Moldavia. I would have to ask the Jacks, I thought. A young man was performing tricks for a couple of travelers on the next bench. He was quite good based on their reaction and from what I could see from my vantage point. I stifled the urge to go over and watch, because I thought he would probably migrate in this direction as my group grew in size. Cheesy was the first to arrive from California, where he was attending California State and living at the Salton Seaside with the Jacks. We had a bit of catching up to do, so we were busy talking when Ian, Richard, and Sandy arrived together. They arrived from New Delhi, where Ian had taken an extra week to make a stop in India and visit the house Sir Malcolm left him. In reality, he wanted to take another look for the diaries based on something his father had mentioned to him. Richard was staying at the house at the time, and when he heard where Ian was going, he begged to come along. Ian talked to me about bringing Richard to Moldavia. We knew he would be snooping through their house given half a chance, so Ian had a candid conversation with Uncle Sandu to make his concerns known, but also extol the benefits of bringing Richard. Uncle Sandu replied he would have better luck breaking into the Vatican, and was not concerned, but he was grateful to be duly warned. Then Ian told me he said something profound. The value of advice is determined by the receiver. I see value in all advice, but enhance that value by the value of the source. I thank you, my friend. When we had a moment, he told us, Father was in Nainital once that I know of with Sir Malcolm. It was in the early 70s, I believe. Sir Malcolm brought my father to India because his passion, at that time, was photography. Father wanted to get some pictures of big Indian cats to go with the images of cats he had taken in Africa the year before. Did you find the diaries? I had to ask. No, was the response. Then Cheesy and Sandy sat down, and he continued, I did find a few other items. There was a Chinese puzzle box in a chest that he had stored in the basement. I know there is something in it, but it's a very elaborate puzzle box that looks extremely old. And you didn't look inside? Cheesy asked, and Sandy tilted his head and shrugged his shoulders like he had already asked Ian that. It's just wood, isn't it? Well, the box is obviously old. I don't know how old it is, or if it's from an ancient Chinese dynasty. It could be a piece of artwork by a local artisan. The beauty of the intricate carvings prevents me from destroying it in either case. I brought the box with me so any of you that are inclined can solve the box puzzle if you wish. I've read about boxes such as these which may require up to 1,000 moves, such as a push, twist, or pull, or a panel or inset. I would prefer not to destroy it. In fact, anyone who can open it will get 2 weeks at Christmas in Nainital, my treat. Be warned. Then Ian told me he said something profound. The value of advice is determined by the receiver. I see value in all advice, but enhance that value by the value of the source. I thank you, my friend. Sandy added, I've heard that in the dynastic period of China they would have these types of treasure storage boxes trapped somehow. Not necessarily to stop the rightful owner who could open it without danger with the proper solution, but to destroy the object rather than let it fall into the hands of those who may try but fail. A vial of acid may destroy the contents, or friction will set it ablaze. They can be lead-lined if important enough, although I have heard of more mystical ways of cloaking the contents as well. Ian added, I talked to my father about the box because I thought he may know where I could find the solution to it, or whether he had even seen it before. He knew nothing of the box, but gave me a few other places to look in the house for some of Sir Malcolm's artifacts. A few letters Sir Malcolm received from various people over the years were in a box. They all turned out to be from England, and many of them were relatives asking for money. A few trinkets were in the box, which was silver-lined and more than a meter in every direction. A silver frame and some old pictures that must have been from the time of the invention of the camera. Most were wildlife photos from India that included elephants carrying passengers I imagine were famous or royal. Some temples and shrines were shown with locals standing in front of them. They looked to be impressive individuals, but I had no idea who they could have been. It would be nice to have someone try and locate these shrines and perhaps identify some of the individuals. Richard is planning a trip to India soon, I think. Perhaps that would be a good path to set him on. There was lots of that type of paraphernalia in the box. I found the box on the morning I left for Sandy's, so I'm not sure I did a thorough job of it. I left everything in India and just brought the puzzle box. Dick and Dr. Sue arrived at the same time. Dick met up with Dr. Sue at the Bucharest airport on the connecting flight. She was so excited about this trip. As a child, she didn't get the opportunity to travel much. By the age of 18, she already had her bachelor's degree and was a fast-rising prodigy in her field. With both parents being doctors, her path was inevitable and etched in stone by her first private tutor. She took the exciting post in Africa only to find more insulation in her life than ever before. Now at almost 30, she has her doctorate, is well respected in her field, but has not experienced much of the rest of life. Cheesy made the call, and we were told it would be a 5-minute wait. Our instructions were to meet the car in front of the building. We picked up our bags, and as we brushed past the magician I didn't get to see, I put a few dollars in his hat because I had enjoyed the show even if from a distance. He nodded at me as we left the building, and I felt he was more aware of me than I thought he should be. It wasn't even 5 minutes before a huge black stretch limousine pulled up at the curb. The back door opened, and out stepped the most vivacious raven-haired beauty with astounding green eyes that I had ever seen. I think it was a shiver that ran up and down my spine. She approached us and looked me in the eye. She said, "You shouldn't be having those kinds of thoughts. You don't even know me," and everyone laughed. I don't think she had to be a mind reader to make that statement. This had to be Darla. It was confirmed when she introduced herself and directed us to pile into the limo. There's lots of room for 7 in the back if we squeeze in. And she looked at me. I think just to make Cheesy jealous, because then she looked at him and he got the shiver. "And a fully stocked bar is at your disposal," she finished. Marius told me later that there were so many abandoned luxury items around after the Soviet Union fell that these kind of limos were a dime a dozen. One day he went into a shop in town, and there hanging on the wall as a decoration was a Rembrandt. It wasn't a fake. We all got into the back of the limousine with Darla getting in last and having to squeeze in between Cheesy and myself. The next hour took us along Highway 17 through the town of Iistri, where we climbed higher into the Carpathian Mountains. Darla informed us the river we kept crossing was the Moldova River. She added, "Today we are in Romania." but this is a historical region known as Moldavia. The Moldova River is the right tributary of the river Siret, which falls from the Obsina-Ferdu mountains of Bukovina in Suceava County. The river Moldova joins the Siret River in Kodavams, then flows onto the Black Sea. This was an important route historically. We passed through towns with difficult names to pronounce, let alone remember, but I believe Darla announced Pahinash and Polera Mikulawai. The next road was narrower and wound its way through higher elevations, taking a feng shui approach. The forest was dense in this area, with a canopy reaching over the road supported by massive deciduous trees. In winter the approach wouldn't have this leaf cover, I thought. Then I thought again, why am I thinking about defending this place? Cheesy has me thinking it's Castle Seltradet when it's probably just a really nice house. Mind you, we are close to Transylvania, where such places exist in old horror movies. We reached a plateau and I could see an opening in the forest ahead with sunlight streaming in from above. The car broke through the forest cover and emerged on the edge of a massive, manicured lawn. Crowning the hill was Castle Seltradet. Cheesy was so right. The circus had been good to the Jacks and their family over the centuries. Describing this place was like watching the first 10 minutes of any horror film made about vampires, werewolves, or mummies. It was all stone, with 3 or 4 floors and turrets extending out in every direction. I could only imagine how many rooms were in this place. Was Vincent Price going to come out and escort us in? The vista was breathtaking from this vantage point, which was at the highest elevation for a great distance. Although these were not the Himalayas, they did eventually end in the Alps in Switzerland, which I was very familiar with. Alpine habitats reminded me of where I grew up, but not necessarily where I called home. This wasn't quite an alpine habitat, but a dense forest that sheltered thousands of peering eyes. A definite mystique hung about this place. In fact, all of Romania was beginning to give me the willies. A stream of young people flowed out from within the building to unload the car and transport our belongings elsewhere. All we had to do was carry ourselves through the large double doors to the front hall and absorb the sight before us. Marius, Marion, and Uncle Sandu were waiting to greet us as their kin scurried about performing their duties. I've arrived at expensive hotels that didn't provide the level of service we were getting here. The hall was several stories high, with large double doors leading off to rooms on the sides and stone stairways heading both up and down. Chandeliers hung above ornately framed portraits of ancestors that flanked our route as we weaved a path over plush carpets from the Ottoman Empire through a sea of occasional tables laden with medieval European artifacts and trinkets. Welcome to our humble home. Uncle Sandu greeted us with his arms in the air and a huge smile on his face. After pleasantries were exchanged, Uncle Sandu had various people assigned to take us to our rooms, and we were to come back in an hour for the tour before sitting down to dinner. The young lady escorting us introduced herself as April Anapov, so I asked her, "You're not a Seltradet?" To which she curtly replied, "Uncle Sandu told me you were learning about DNA. You should know you can't always tell a book by its cover." My mother is Uncle Sandu's sister, and my father is General Alexei Anapov, ex of the Soviet Union and 1972 Olympic gold medal in the pole vault, and all I could say was, "I stand corrected." April led us up a stone stairway and took the left ascent. This is the guest residence wing for visiting students, teachers, and various performers who come here to become stars in the Seltradet circus. Of course, add friends of the boss and family too. Eventually we arrived at our rooms, and she dropped us off one by one, beginning with me. The room was nice, but not overly elaborate. A double bed, a chest of drawers, a full-length mirror and a chair beside the table and lamp. The window had its shutters closed, so I opened the modern glass window installed in front of them and then pushed the shutters open. What I saw blew me away. This window had a panoramic view of the entire valley that it faced. The hills rose steeply on either side to focus your view straight down the valley. I could have pulled up a chair and sat there all day. Perhaps I can get a view of this when I meditate in the morning, I thought, and tried to capture a mental image. I hadn't brought an extensive wardrobe of fancy dress clothes with me because I didn't anticipate that was a necessity, so I had to dress casually for everything. When I got to the bottom of the stairs, I realized how underdressed I was. I should have known. The Jacks are all about style when they're in the circus world. Cheesy and I were the only two that were casual. Ian and Sandy looked like they could have met the Queen. Dick and Dr. Sue were dressed for their proms. The Jacks wore Armani suits, and Uncle Sandu could have been the maitre d' at the finest restaurant on the Riviera. Cheesy and I looked at each other and tilted our heads with a shrug our shoulders. "What are you gonna do?" I asked. He replied, if we were at a rock concert they would be out of place. Magda and Krista took turns leading the tour and giving us a cell-trotted history lesson that could have been a history lesson for this part of the world. Magda, Krista, and Darla looked very similar in build and complexion, but Magda had startling blue eyes that were almost iridescent, while Krista had deep brown eyes almost primal like a tiger. Add to that Darla's green eyes, and I thought these must be contact lenses. In all the time I was at Castle Cell-Trotted, I couldn't get anyone to confirm or deny that they were. Even in whispered tones, nobody could or would tell me. I did learn that Darla was the oldest and that Magda and Krista were twins just 13 months younger. They were younger than the Jacks, but older than the next oldest brother, Henri. I didn't want to ask the Jacks, Uncle Sandu, or Cheesy for fear my interest might be misconstrued or inferred along lines I didn't want to pursue, at least not at this time. The Jacks were sons 6 and 7, in no specific order. So, I asked Uncle Sandu where the rest of the family fit in. Apparently, the oldest son Stefan Cell-Trotted managed the circus on the eastern run, which went to Moscow and St. Petersburg. The next elder brothers managed the other two routes, Darian and Anton. Brothers Nikolai and Joseph were killed in an accident many years ago when Marian and Marius were just 6. There is also Stephanie and Maria. They are also older than Marian and Marius. And I thought, that's a big family by my standards. 13 children was a normal-sized medieval family that would lose a few at birth, a few to wars and a couple to disease and disaster. We passed portraits of all the famous Cell-Tradats, some of which I was already familiar with from the first time I met the Jacks and Uncle Sandu. From the earliest Cell-Trodat, Cesare to Alan Cell-Trodat, and of course, Darian Cell-Trodat. His portrait had a special place of honor because he received this castle from Ivan the Great. We continued into the library where pictures of Petre and Matei Cell-Trodat were displayed along with another Matei Cell-Trodat. Magda explained that over the years there were many Cell-Tradats with traditional names like Matei, and of course, Darian was popular as well. The gym area had current pictures of recent family members that had passed away but would have been known to everyone as father or grandfather, mother or grandmother. These pictures had a special place in their daily lives, so they would always be a part of it. I saw Danet and Tiberius, but no Ivan. The gym itself was extremely well equipped with every modern device you could think of. The ceiling must have been 6 stories high in one area and had trapeze swings attached to it. Floor mats lay around everywhere and lots of athletes were still working out as we passed through. There seemed to be big windows with vista views of the forest everywhere. Great places to meditate and exercise when the sun was right, I thought. They even had handball rooms, which Krista said were always busy because it was a favored sport. In fact, I had seen people playing outside against a wall. Adjacent to the gym was a small infirmary where sports medicine was administered to the wounded athletes, enabling them to return to their acts. Magda told us that sometimes it took up to a year to recover from a serious circus injury. Marion said it's like a rodeo injury with broken bones and rehabilitation. This year we've added a yoga routine to the programs. The next room was a lounge where Krista informed us they entertained family and friends on special events. This was a good room for us to escape to if we wanted a quieter environment during our stay. The bar was fully stocked, and we were welcome to sample any of the vintage liquors they have acquired from an array of monasteries throughout Europe and Asia over the centuries. Krista said, the Benedictine was a particular favorite of my father, Tavarius. There was more here to see than we'd been shown, but the tour ended there, and we were dropped off at the dining room entrance. On our entry into the room, a young fellow seated at the table jumped to his feet and exclaimed, "Gorgonzola, you smelly chunk o' cheese." Marion looked him in the eye, and I heard him whisper, "Would you like to be tied up smelling your own asshole for the rest of the night?" That immediately silenced him with an honest look of fear on his young face. I learned who Henri was very quickly. Cheesy just shook his head. I thought Sandy's dining room was posh, but this dining room was pimped out as little Henri would probably say, "The obnoxious little dickhead is Cheesy and I came to call him." I told Cheesy, "Henri and Richard will become fast friends, you wait and see." Again, a shiver. Either this place is drafty, or it has me on edge and the future is reaching back to poke me. I don't know which, but I had a shiver that couldn't be shaken. Placards were set on the table indicating our seats, so we shuffled around until everyone found their places. At the head of the table was Uncle Sandu, and at the opposite end was Baroness Geraldine Seltradat, the matriarch of the family and mother to the Seltradats at the table, other than Uncle Sandu. That made me wonder, what's the structure of this family and who manages all of this wealth? I thought it was the Jacks at first, but the events of the day have set my pendulum of wonder swinging with multiple possibilities. I asked Marion about his mother later that evening, and he told me she was Norwegian by birth and her grandfather was part of the royal family. Her title is Baroness. Apparently, the family was having problems with the Soviet Union and Stalin over some disputed territory that dated back to the 1500s. Marion told me, my father was able to produce a treaty from our archives that granted the land to Norway as a gift from Ivan the Terrible. Mother's grandfather was so happy that he granted my father any wish he could desire. My father used that wish to ask for my mother's hand, and it was granted. I had to choke back a tear at the thought of such family history I was missing out on. I wondered who else had titles. Ian told me his father actually had many lesser titles that came with the lordship. If he wanted, he could allow his oldest son, in this case Ian, a courtesy title such as Earl. The only distinction is that Ian could not be called the Earl. That kind of thing appealed to Richard, but not Ian. Like Sir Malcolm and Lord Andrew's title, he declined the honor. As we moved from Baroness Geraldine on one side to Uncle Sandu, Ian was strategically next to Baroness Geraldine to put our best foot forward. He was flanked by Sandy on the other side to regale her with Indian mythology and stories of the gods and goddess. The next pair had Marius and Marion opposite each other with Dick and Sue next to them. It was safe to put Richard in the middle of the table paired with Henri on the other side. Aunt Alexandria, Uncle Sandu's sister, was paired with her daughter April as a further buffer to Richard. April was next to her brother Alexei, seated across from Magda. My seat was next to Magda and across the table from Krista. Cheesy and Darla were paired next to Uncle Sandu. The table was set, the guests were seated, and the food began to arrive. The hum of idle chit-chat between neighbors mixed with the consumption of the fabulous meal that arrived in waves and was deposited in front of us. As the conversation turned to the Salton Sea, Ian asked Dick if there was any news, and a hush fell upon the table. Dick began, as I was telling the Jacks, and he was abruptly interrupted by the Baroness, who chastised him. If you're referring to Marius and Marion, you will address them by their names and not those circus titles, to which Dick replied, sorry, my mistake, and I thought she had the wrath of Callie in her at that moment, very decisive. Considering his words more carefully, Dick continued, Grandfather told me they were successful acquiring funding they applied for under the Sonny Bono bill in the House of Representatives. It'll provide up to $380 million for early construction funds. The local government has already hired a Dutch firm to build steel seawalls all around the area that will be the final walkway. It's over 100 kilometers around the area that will be enclosed as the new Salton Sea. With less and less water in the sea every day, construction is moving right along. Grandfather says the Dutch firm is way ahead of schedule because they've never built a seawall from the seaside. On the Mexican side of the border, they began to deepen the Laguna Salada to hold enough water for all the needs in that area and perhaps export desalinated water to San Diego. Dad has a Mexican construction company that is doing the work at favorable rates and providing the financing. They won't require a seawall because they aren't exceeding the surface level of the surrounding area. That started a lot of whispered talk around the table between those who knew of the Salton Sea project and those who were hearing about it for the first time. Richard changed the topic by asking why the family chose the circus business, and Uncle Sandu replied, the circus is essentially a visual performing art unfettered by language barriers. Can a Romanian clown make a Russian Cossack laugh? Can a triple flip on a trapeze make a Ukrainian gasp? Can a trained tiger leaping onto a box on command amaze a young Russian? Of course, they can. The circus can go anywhere and be appreciated without needing to speak the language. The Seltradats learned this centuries ago and embarked on extensive international tours throughout the Soviet Union and beyond. Everywhere the train can go in the Soviet Union, so can the circus. There are many towns in Siberia who wait for the circus to come once a year. It can come by train and set up a big festival, then leave. In many places the roads are only accessible a couple times a year, and this is the only annual event they have. People travel for days to see the circus. Then Richard made the comment, the Cirque du Soleil presents a fine performance. I've seen them several times in London, to which Uncle Sandu replied, Cirque du Soleil is a contemporary circus with amazing visual arts. In another 300 years, they may even create a tradition. Even Circus Krone is only 100 years old. The Moscow State Circus has several wonderful circuses like the Circus Nikulin and the Bolshoi Circus. The Chinese acrobatic acts that perform in the Chinese tradition of mashi, or hippodrama acts with no live animals used, are sights that must be seen to be appreciated. It's like you have taken a drug and entered a fantasy world. And to be truthful, that's exactly what happened 100 years ago. With the audience in a receptive mood, you can transform their minds to see incredible sights. The Chinese State Circus is amazing, drugged or not. April was extolling the virtues of Lake Baikal. The Baikal Gorge is part of the country near Nint and Harghita. It is part of the Chilbai-Kazulu-Hazmas National Park. The gorge was cut out by the waters of the river Baikal and has great rock climbing walls in many different spots on the lake. There are many such gorges in Romania, but Baikal is the best and only 80 kilometers from here. April and Alexei loved rock climbing and spelunking. We finished the meal and were directed to the lounge for after-dinner drinks. Uncle Sandu informed us, over the centuries the Celtradates had visited many places and sampled many delicacies. Darien Celtradat had a taste for liqueurs, so he began developing a cellar of the best liqueurs he could find. Did you know whiskey was invented by medieval Irish monks? And I don't think anyone in this particular crowd knew that. He went on to say, chartreuse is considered the world's best liqueur by some experts due to the spectrum of distinct flavors that can be observed by the human palate. We have an array of chartreuse made at different times over the centuries by different sources. It was perfected by the Carthusian order almost 300 years ago, and the recipe has remained a secret. Now that I must try, said Richard with more enthusiasm than I had heard from him in a long time. My personal favorite was the Benedictine Dom created in 1510 by an Italian Benedictine monk by the name of Dom Bernardo Vincelli as a tonic for his patients. There are many vintages that go back to the 1600s and are stored in casks in the cellar. I've had the luxury of sampling more than a few, and I will recommend to you a 1732 that we have, which embodies the real essence of what Benedictine should be. One liqueur you may not be familiar with is a cherry brandy known as Marasca. The Dominican apothecaries created this in the 16th century. He said while holding a decanter in his hand, which I assumed held the liquid in question. It has a very unique flavor and an oh-so-sweet taste that remains on your palate for quite some time. Do not get a hangover on this one, my young friends. And just to show the depth of the cellar, Uncle Sandu showed us a bottle of Carmelite water created by nuns known as the Carmelite Sisters. They were unknown to all of us, with the exception of Richard. This topic was very much up his alley, and he and Uncle Sandu sampled the night away. I think Uncle Sandu was intrigued by how different Richard and Ian were. Marion called our attention to the center of the room where Darla and her sisters were going to perform for us. We gathered around, finding comfortable vantage points. Each of the sisters had a pet. Darla had Mr. Whiskers, a ne'er-do-well cat. Magda had a small dog with big googly eyes called Peepers, while Krista's raven was known as Thief and lived up to his name every chance he got. Magda sat in a chair in the middle of the floor with a cello in front of her, while Darla and Krista placed tubes about 1 meter high and almost as wide around her in a circle. Magda began to play a cello piece that was wonderfully melodic and soulful. A tube was moved to a position in front of Magda. Out from the tube popped Mr. Whiskers, and just as quickly he disappeared down one of the other tubes. Then out of the same tube popped Peepers, who scurried off to find himself another tube. But the tube he chose was already occupied, and Thief flew out and straight down the tube in front of Magda. For the next 2 minutes the animals were popping out of tubes, bumping into each other, trying to get away, while all the time Darla and Krista were pretending to catch them by moving the tubes, while Magda kept playing and accelerating the tempo. Then suddenly the cello started making strange sounds, and the melody was shattered. Krista and Darla came over and looked at Magda, who looked back at them as if to say, "What's going on?" She stopped playing and banged the side of the cello with her hand. A meow came from inside the cello. The girls looked at each as if they were puzzled. Magda spun the cello around and opened a small door at the back of the instrument, and out strolled Mr. Whiskers, who promenaded around in front of the audience with his tail in the air collecting his applause. Peepers came up to take his bow, with Thief stealing a ride on his back. We all applauded and laughed. It was a great performance. Even the Baroness had to smile. As people eventually drifted off to bed, Marius invited us up to the study. My father created this space so that he could contemplate serious questions and have some solitude back in the day. It has a library of the books that were important references to him, as well as being a sanctuary where he wouldn't be causally disturbed by one of a dozen different children. My father was an approachable man, but when things required reflection, he would come up here and we knew he was not to be disturbed. He didn't spend a lot of time here, just important time. Sandy, Ian, Cheesy and I followed the Jacks up a staircase to the second floor, down a corridor and then up another staircase to a third floor. The doorway opened to a room right out of some supervillain comic book. Superman would be redesigning the Fortress of Solitude if he saw this place. The windows must have been 4 meters high and 8 meters across. Their view opened onto a vista that would take your breath away. A full moon and a clear sky. Millions of stars populated the heavens laid out in their constellations on a Milky Way background. The mountains and valley created hundreds of pockets of mystery to be scanned and studied in the moonlight. This was wolf country, or perhaps a good night for vampires. Marion told us, "Oh yeah, sometimes we sit on the terrace on a night like tonight and listen to the wolves for hours. We listen to them hunt and communicate with the others in their pack and chase out rivals. Magda can tell you exactly what they are doing, which pack is which, and she is always within seconds of the kill or a close call and escape." Marius said, "You should experience it some night before you go." She has an extraordinary connection with all animals and the forest in general, but wolves are her specialty because she grew up with them and studied them like friends. Just like Marion and I, the girls had to specialize in various skills to enhance their circus persona. Ian had stopped off at his room to pick up the puzzle box, which she passed around for each of us to give a closer inspection. When we were finished, Cheesy took the box to be the first to have a try at solving it. There were 4 slides on the top and 4 slides on the bottom. The combination required multiple advances of each slide in order, it appeared. Additional levers may appear that you have to watch for, but none were apparent at the start. Marion informed us that tomorrow we would get to see some of the important books in the library and start the search of the basement levels. There's one room dedicated to books of an occult nature where you might like to start, depending on what you're looking for. The documents in that room include grimoires of spells, conjurations, natural secrets, and ancient wisdom. Their origins date back to the dawn of writing, and their history is entwined with mostly Christian religion from this part of the world, but science as well. Richard would love those, but I'm sure Henri will be his personal guide. Marius told us some books took a monk an entire year to copy, and then another monk took over the engraving of the images. Monasteries couldn't produce books fast enough, so when the printing press came in, it was a real boon. Many of the documents in this collection have very few copies and fewer accurate copies. Only a select few people could read in those days, and probably fewer people can read the language they are written in today. Marion explained, a grimoire is a book of spells, or a textbook of magic if you like. If it is a good one, it will include instructions on how to create magical objects like talismans, charms, and amulets, how to perform magical spells, or divination methods to predict the future. The 6th book of Moses, for example, is a magical text that was allegedly written by Moses and was supposed to be a book of the Hebrew Bible. Perhaps the church knew it was counter to their best interests, so decided not to include it in the final printing. If you can talk to God directly, then you may not require the church's services. It's one of the founding texts of Rastafarianism. I'll bet Bob Marley has a copy of this book. Marius continued, the 7th book takes events of Moses' life and gives a reputed pairing of an incantation and a drawn magical object, called tables. There are 12 tables, each said to control powers associated with certain angels, elements, or astronomical symbols. For example, the breastplate of God spell that Moses and others used to communicate with God shows a series of symbols arranged on a disc, and it has an incantation to be chanted. The English version is provided by interpreters, but would you have to speak the original Hebrew? Who says any god speaks Hebrew? Besides, he should understand all man, shouldn't he, or she for that matter? You decide which one is valid. They're just examples of how this type of grimoire works, but there are countless variations. We have most of the popular ones, but in truth it's the obscure ones that hold the true secrets. A folded page or two inside another two, or tucked behind the binding. Those are the pages that hold the true secrets. Ian replied, "Yes, that's part of it, and that's why we brought Richard, to interpret the text. He's very good with Latin, Greek, and various ancient Spanish dialects, which should help for anything in the Christian world, not to say he knows all of them. In addition, he's learning Sanskrit specifically to help us, but he is still far from an expert. Richard has a great eye for languages. I think we have more mysteries here to work on. There is the Lord Andrew and Karma puzzle we want to solve, but we are also anxious to help our doctor friends from Windhaven. Dr. Sue is working on finding a way to prevent malaria, and Dr. Ben is working on preventing dengue fever. I was hoping you had some documents on Russian phages that we won't find elsewhere. Another puzzle for our consideration is something we call vital force, for lack of a better term. Dr. Emily is trying to find a way to measure and harness the part of a person's being that makes the journey when their Atman leaves their mortal self. In the Kikuyu traditions, they provide lots of suggestions as to how age may be a factor, which could mean it's modified by DNA. They also claim that their ancients walk among them. Until we can measure it, it remains invisible, just as the ether. That brings us to another opportunity of being here. We're also looking into the ether question as it was understood by Tesla, to see if we can measure vital force, or at least find a connection. Rare earth elements may be a factor due to their exceptional and unique magnetic properties, and Tesla had this knowledge. His understanding of Earth's geomagnetic field may be crucial to many of these concepts. Tesla was born in this part of the world, and many of his documents which left the States were brought here. Throw in world peace, and I think you've a full day's work. Marius proclaimed, and we all laughed. But seriously, Marion and I should do the rare earth search, because we already use several elements in our act, and we know what to look for. Florin can probably help too with his knowledge. The Cell-Trotted diary entries should help us as well. Ian added, Dick and Dr. Sue should focus on the phage research. Perhaps April or Alexei could help if the documents are in Russian. To which Marius replied, April can help you out with that. She's an engineering student at Moscow University. The main focus is the script that Lord Andrew used. Shizi and I will work with Richard to try to find scripts from any ancient sages or Sanskrit text in general. I realize many of your documents are Russian, but I understand from Uncle Sandu that there were some Arab interactions that may have produced texts collected and sent back from Africa. They could be in any language. Ian then said, of course Sandy will be working with you as well. Marius suggested we assign Darla, Magda, and Krista to your group to cover more ground and give Richard something to read as quickly as possible. That leaves me on the Tesla trail, and Marion added Alexei is well versed in physics. He could be a great help to you and Florin. Sounds like a plan. Ian said, and with it we all drifted off to our first night's sleep in the castle. I spent a moment looking out my window and down the valley. It was peaceful, quiet night with a warm summer breeze blowing into my room, so I left the window open at night, vampires or not. The next morning, I went down to breakfast in a room other than the formal dining room. It was more like a cafeteria with lots of tables and a buffet-style array of food presented on a massive table with access all around it. This was where whomever was staying at Castle Cell-Trotted would come for sustenance. People were active around the clock, which made it always seem busy. People training for the circus, their trainers, Uncle Sandu's staff, Floren's staff, or even the crew making costumes, all had to be fed. I brought my yoga mat with me and joined Dick and Dr. Sue on the terrace for our morning constitutional. "You've converted her, Dick," I said, to which she applied, "Yeah, if I can get her to take her face out of the book, it's a good day," to which she replied, "I'll pretend I'm focusing and ignore that." Dr. Sue was obviously enjoying herself in this environment. I stayed for about half an hour enjoying the sun and breeze as my focus and readied myself for the great day of exploration that lay before us. Magda had offered to take me into the forest to find the type of trees I was looking for to take core samples from, and I accepted. Trees in temperate regions undergo an annual cycle composed of a growth period and a dormant period. They produce their foods to carry on respiration and other physiological processes, but anything left over is used for growth. This varies between good years and bad years, environmentally speaking. Analyzing that information is just a big data question, because if you capture enough data, you can extrapolate the good years from the bad regionally and adjust formulas to estimate dates. The science of dating trees is called dendrochronology and aerial, and I have been considering the trees in Tasmania as a future business after we get our MBio degrees and need to support the Tasmanian devil research. The tool used to take core samples is known as an increment borer, designed with a bit, a handle, and an extractor. The cores can be analyzed by gas chromatography, but that solution is not available for amateur collectors like myself. My goal is to build a collection so I can study the DNA of various trees someday and determine climate change throughout the world. The length of the core should be at least the outermost 10 centimeters, not including the bark. This length is required to identify contaminants. Of course, larger trees require longer and thicker core samples. Errol tells me some of the largest and oldest trees in the world can be found in Tasmania. For 2 centuries, sailors have felled these trees to build large ocean-going ships requiring a mast, such as the ships of the early explorers. Large trees generally take their sustenance from the top of the tree and deliver it down rather than trying to pump it up from the roots. That's what allows them to reach such phenomenal heights, such as the giant redwoods of California that have highways built through them. There are trees that communicate with their young as they grow. They send out networks of roots that encourage their growth. Researchers in the Canadian Northwest have documented root networks of more than a kilometer that allow the parent to take more than a passing interest in their offspring. A tree does this? I found myself collecting core samples from trees that I thought were more than 100 years old, or at least big enough to get a long core sample that would let me observe the rings with the naked eye or magnifying glass. It occurred to me that every living thing has DNA. Surely the most important DNA is human, so that we can solve mankind's problems. But if all things have DNA, we need to consider what's been here the longest and can tell us the most about what's happened since they arrived. Perhaps my schooling was influencing my train of thoughts, but that's what it should do. I considered the 5 or 6 kingdoms of life on Earth as science knows them. Putting aside minerals and elements and things we don't know, the living things we do know are animals, plants, fungus, protozoa, and bacteria. Bacteria can be further broken down, I guess. Considering the animals first, which one lives longest? These things are easily researched, but scientific conclusions don't always reflect opportunities offered by escalating new technology. As a child, I thought Darwin's tortoise was the oldest thing in the world until I found another creature like the Great Lake sturgeon, whose average lifespan exceeded 150 years. Eventually, I settled on the whale as my favorite to take the place as the longest living creature on Earth. I found that to test the age of a whale, fluid must be gathered from the eye within a very short time of death. The fluid provides science with an ability to estimate when it was created. Science tested one particular whale's fluid which turned out to be over 250 years old. By all other medical indications, the whale was a middle-aged adult. Whales have been captured with stone axes embedded in their flesh. When was that attack made? Currently it's estimated that the Greenland shark could be 500 years of age or older. If you move past mammals, you find clams and corals over 300 years. To find anything older, you may have to consider glass sponges at 10,000 years and a couple of potentially immortal individuals like Turritopsis dohrnii, known as the immortal jellyfish, or a group known as hydras. Certainly, these guys can be killed, but if left to their own devices, who knows? That led me to wonder how long it takes for a DNA change to display itself to the rest of us. Darwin's hummingbirds or finches didn't burst out of an egg one day with a beak twice as long as his siblings. His mother gave him a little bigger beak than his brother, hoping that he would pass this longer beak on to his prodigy, and they could all drink the nectar of a very specific flower that tasted better than any other nectar in the world. If the new look is fancied by the opposite sex required to create those prodigy, then Mom will be proven right. That presented me with two further questions. How did Mom modify her DNA upon recognizing the opportunity before passing it along? And how long will it take until her great-grandbabies start showing signs of having those really massive bills? I don't think Mom knew how to do it consciously, but something in her DNA understood that a longer bill, or one of the other concurrent modifications Darwin was observing, would be better for her peeps. Perhaps the ultimate goal of a nice long beak came to her in a dream, but beaks like that don't happen overnight. How does the next mom know to keep ramping up the beak length identifier in her DNA and eventually when to stop before that beak starts preventing her offspring from leaving the ground? The DNA of Grandma must be modified again and then passed on. That's why Errol and I are looking into CRISPR and Mega, because humans will be looking to skip all those generations so that Mom can give the very next generation beaks to be proud of. Those little darlings will be drinking the best nectar in town in no time. But should we? Enough people will be asking themselves that question in the future that eventually someone will say, hell yes. So much for animals that currently top out at around 500 years, but what about plants? Plants can live thousands of years. Imagine a tree dropped a seed the same day Cleopatra and Mark Antony tied the knot. That tree dropped a seed to create its first prodigy before Nero played a single note on that fateful night. The tree had different DNA than its parent, who was still living next door. In fact, they both kept dropping seeds, carrying their personal DNA changes on for the next 1,000 years. Errol told me that one pine in the Lake Johnston Nature Reserve in Tasmania is believed to be part of a stand of trees and clonal colony that dates to over 10,500 years ago. In the Wollemi National Park, the only known stands of Wollemi pines grow. They recently discovered Wollemia nobilisis, which is an ancient conifer-like tree unlike anything scientists have ever seen before. Through the rise and fall of thousands of human races, that ancient tree that dropped that first seed may still be living happily next to a prodigy of thousands of DNA modifications. Do I know you? You look different. Are you one of mine? The older tree may ask the younger tree. What is fast and what is slow when you consider changing DNA? DNA provides instructions on how to take the carbon pieces supplied in the box and assemble them to create your very own tiger, mushroom, or human. The bigger kits would probably come in a wider selection. If Lego made God kits, they would cost more, and if Steve Jobs made God kits, they would be proprietary. Ooh, that thought sent another shiver up my spine. As I was contemplating the universe, Magda finally arrived. What kind of plants would you like to see? We have cow parsley, as you can see. She pointed at a plant on the ground. They call it devil's parsley because it looks like a hemlock, but this one can break your mother's heart. I smiled and she said, "Don't you believe in magic?" "I've seen and heard things I can't explain, but calling them magic wouldn't help explain them," I said. Knowing what plants can do to other living creatures can seem like magic. Chamomile tea to calm, feverfew for a migraine, or white horehound to cure a cough. Is that magic or science? Then she continued, "What if I gave you an amulet with herbs and a spell incantation on it and told you what it would do for you and it did it?" As we walked, she stopped and pointed at a tree. "That's the blackthorn tree, which is referred to as the witch's tree." A blackthorn walking stick pointed at a pregnant woman or animal was said to cause immediate miscarriage or cause crops to wither. That would make an interesting core for your collection. I agreed with her. The DNA of this tree was of interest to me. Folktales can often shine a light on disguised science. I began to prepare for the process of taking samples while Magda scouted around for other blackthorns worthy of our attention. You should also take core samples of the elder trees. They are mystical. Each elderflower has 5 petals, 5 yellow stamens, and 5 sepals which form a tiny green star. It's associated with superstition surrounding the number 13. When she pointed one out to me, I had a flashback to all those movies I saw as a child where evil things lived in or under trees. This was the tree they lived under. The berries and the leaves are both rich in vitamin C. The leaves can be made into eardrops to treat pain and inflammation. The flowers make a tea that is good for treating coughs and irritable throats. It can be made into a skin cleanser and lotion. The bark of the small new twigs can be made into a laxative. The bark, roots, berries, and leaves can all be used as dye. And the berries are good for making jam, wine, vinegar, and syrups, she informed me. That's quite a tree, I said. Rowan is another magical tree that gives protection against malevolent beings. You must of course have the proper species of rowan, Sorbus aucuparia. Some plants grow as epiphytes on a larger tree. They don't hurt the tree but join with it. These particular plants are a strong countercharm against sorcery. The tree was also called the traveler's tree because it prevents those on a journey from getting lost. It was said that this was the tree the devil hanged his mother on. Another involuntary shiver. We finished collecting cores well after lunch and decided to head back and get something to eat. Wait a minute, let's see if you believe in magic. She bent down to a plant was growing beside the stream. Her hand caressed the leaf, and she blew on it. In seconds the flower opened up to its full glory. Now you try it. I bent down and touched the leaf and then blew on the flower. Nothing happened. She took my hand in hers and said, "Try again." I reached down to the leaf and touched it. This time I felt a tingle, but it was not something I could label. I drew a breath and then exhaled onto the plant and could almost see my breath. To my amazement, the flower opened to its full glory. "That was incredible, Magda. How did you do that?" And she replied, "I didn't do it. You did. I just helped." And the mystery was left there for now. We enjoyed the rest of our stroll back to the castle. We met with the others in the lounge where they were working on finding, deciphering, and translating the texts that had the keys we were looking for. Ian decided to attend just for the briefing before going on to his project. Sandy and Richard were there with Cheesy, Darla, Uncle Sandu, and Krista. Sandy began by saying, "Let's consider the great sages of India over time because they were the ones writing the epic texts. Perhaps one of them may have encountered the information we are looking for and created a story about it that will provide us with some clues." The bottom line, of course, is we are looking for any Sanskrit text. But for perspective, let's start first with Kashyapa, one of the ancient Saptarishis, son of Rishi Marichi and father of the Devas, Daityas, Danavas, and all humankind. Krista asked, "Who are the Saptarishis?" Sandy replied, "The Saptarishis are known as the 7 sages or 7 rishis of ancient India. They appear in many places in the Vedas and other Hindu literature. The earliest list of the 7 rishis is given by Jaiminiya Brahmana, but the list changes in different epochs. I compiled a list of known rishis that you can go by in the handout, but there are many. We're looking for any Sanskrit, but if you happen to see a reference to one of these names in another language, it could be very relevant. The Big Dipper is called Saptarishis, and the 7 stars represent the 7 rishis. There is, however, another star slightly visible within the Big Dipper, known as Arundhati. That's the morning star, and it's known as Alcor, which forms a double star with Mizar in Ursa Major. Arundhati and Vashishtha were married, and together formed the Mizar double. Vashishtha is regarded as the epitome of chastity, conjugal bliss, and wifely devotion. The 7 rishis change from Manvantara to Manvantara. Shizi interrupted, "That's not a term we've heard before." Sandy said, "Quite right. Let's take a step back for a moment and consider the concept of time from a metaphysical Hindu perspective." And Darla interjected, "The metaphysical is our area of expertise," and she glanced at her sisters, who were very much interested in what Sandy was saying and smiling perhaps a bit too much. Sandy began with his explanation of the yugas by saying, "A yuga is an epoch of time. The Rig Veda refers to a yuga as generations, or a long period, or very brief period, or a yoke. In the Mahabharata, the words yuga and kalpa are used interchangeably to describe the cycle of creation and destruction. But these seemingly different and confusing times are all part of what is known as the Chatur Yuga cycle. Chatur Yuga is a cycle of 4 world ages known as the Yuga cycle and are comprised of smaller sections known as Satya Yuga, Treta Yuga, Dvapara Yuga, and Kali Yuga. Together they form a full Yuga cycle. A complete Yuga cycle is considered an epoch in Hindu cosmology, with each Yuga cycle representing 4,320,000 earthly solar birthdays for you and me. That's a lot of candles on our cake, even for leap year babies. The Yuga cycle continues through the 4 yugas in a linear manner once the previous cycle is complete. Through each yuga, humanity's general moral and physical state decrease by 1/4, as does the length in time successive yugas last. Time moves in a linear fashion through each of the cycles and through time in general. Within each cycle there is a dawning period of the age equivalent to 1/10 of the overall time of that yuga. Then, as the yuga approaches its end, humans move to a dusk that lasts 1/10 of the time. Kali Yuga, being the last of the 4 Yuga cycles, has only 432,000 years to exist. For current humans, that countdown started in 3102 BCE if you wish to set your timepieces. Near the end of this Kali Yuga, when human virtues are at their lowest, a cataclysm will re-establish a new dharma, or a new right way of living. The next full Chatur Yuga cycle will begin with the ushering in of the dawn of a new Satya Yuga. This is prophesied by Kali. As the great sage Swami Chiziji said, humans lived a lot longer then as well, didn't they? Chizi asked. Sandy continued on, "That's right, Swami Chiziji. Human life is on average 100,000 years under Satya Yuga, declining to the 100 years we see humans live today in Kali Yuga. 1,000 Yuga cycles is just one divine day on the wristwatch of Brahma, so it's natural humans lived longer as well. I say is because that time will come again." I started considering the math in my head. A manvantara lasts for 306,720,000 years and is built from 71 Chatur Yuga cycles. There are 14 manvantaras in a kalpa, which is one divine day. During the connecting periods, the earth is submerged under water as the ocean's level rises to accommodate the melting glaciers, and the northern landscapes are scrapped clean. It's as if the gods must flush the earth between Chatur Yugas. Between particularly caustic cycles, Brahma might be heard to say, "Oh me! I was sitting on that monkey tail. Flush." These gods had a lot of time on their hands. Ian said, to which Sandy replied, they needed it because in each manvantara they required 7 new rishis, assorted deities, and Indra, a Manu, and kings to be the sons of Manu so that they could all be created and then perish. Each manvantara is distinguished by the man who reigns over it. We are currently in the 7th manvantara of 14. This one is ruled by Vaibhasvata Manu. For this particular period, the rishis include Markandeya, a devotee of both Lord Vishnu and Lord Shiva, and the author of the Markandeya Purana. Markandeya was one of the Chiranjeevi, a group of immortals that lived through the entire Chatur Yuga cycle. The other Chiranjeevi are Asura King Mahabali, Parshurama, who was the 6th avatar of Vishnu, Vibhishana, Hanuman, whom we know as the monkey warrior, Vedvyasa, Kripakarya, and Ashvathama. Patanjali, the great sage, whom most of you know from the Yoga Sutras, is the father of yoga. There are others considered fathers in their field, such as Kapila, the father of cosmology, who was born to the illustrious sage Kardam and Devhut. He represents the Sankhya school of thought, and Chizi jumped in yoga school with God. That's right, Chizi, nature and principles of the ultimate soul, primal matter and creation. Purusha, the divine realm, and Prakriti, this earthly existence. Kapila's concept of the transformation of energy and profound commentaries on Atman, non-Atman, and the subtle elements of the cosmos could prove to be a valuable line of thinking. He may have understood what we call vital force and perhaps created tantras to build or increase it within the mortal self. The Atman is eternal. It's not part of body, soul, or consciousness. Let's see if we have anything by Kapila and get it to Richard as soon as possible. Now you won't see his name printed in English on the cover. The handout I gave you has the equivalent Sanskrit characters that would identify the various sages of particular interest. Kapila asserted that Prakriti, with the inspiration of Purusha, is the mother of cosmic creation and all energies. Sandy continued, Sushruta, born to sage Vishvamitra, is the father of surgery. He conducted complicated surgeries such as cesarean births, cataracts, artificial limbs, rhinoplasty, 12 types of fractures, 6 types of dislocations, urinary stones, even plastic surgery, and brain surgery. Sushruta's book, Sushruta Samhita, describes over 300 surgical procedures and 125 surgical instruments like scalpels, lancets, needles, catheters, and rectal speculums designed from the jaws of animals and birds. Ian said, those are such amazing feats when you consider when he performed them. Even at the time they were written down, it would be phenomenal. Sandy continued, then there is Acharya Charaka, who is the father of medicine. The Charaka Samhita is considered an encyclopedia of Ayurveda, a lifestyle diet still popular in India today. His work includes human anatomy, embryology, pharmacology, blood circulation, and diseases like diabetes, tuberculosis, and heart disease. He described the medicinal qualities and functions of more than 100,000 herbal plants. Magda might be able to help with that one based on her knowledge of plants and herbs. I said. Charaka emphasized the influence of diet and activity on mind and body. He proved the correlation of spirituality and physical health contributed greatly to curative sciences. Charaka also prescribed an ethical charter for medical practitioners prior to the Hippocratic Oath. Acharya Bharadwaj authored the Yantra Sarvasva, which included discoveries in aviation science, space science, and 3 categories of flying machines, one on Earth from one place to another, one that travels from one planet to another, and one that travels from one universe to another. Ian should be given this one for the Tesla group. Sandy continued, Aryabhata was a master astronomer and mathematician who wrote the Aryabhatiam, an unparalleled treatise on mathematics and astronomy where he formulated the process of calculating the motion of planets and the time of eclipses. He was the first to proclaim that the Earth was round, rotates on its axis, orbits the Sun, and is suspended in space. What took Copernicus so long? Throw in a solution for pi to 4 decimal places, the sine table of trigonometry, the concept of zero, and Aryabhata had a long day even with a good work ethic. Kaneda was the founder of atomic theory, one of 6 principal philosophies of India, and a pioneer of realism and the law of causation. He classified all the objects of creation into 9 elements: earth, water, light, wind, ether, time, space, mind, and soul. Ian suggested, this is our ether trail again perhaps. Sandy continued, every object of creation is made of atoms which in turn connect with each other to form molecules. His statement ushered in atomic theory for the first time in this world. Bhaskarakarya calculated the time taken by the Earth to orbit the Sun hundreds of years before anyone else. In the Siddhanta Shroni he talks about planetary positions, eclipses, cosmography, mathematical techniques, and astronomical equipment. Adjustments are required to today's sky to recreate the sky he would have seen so many years ago. This is easily accomplished today with software that can reposition the sky to any time frame required. To calculate the position of those celestial bodies you would have to reset the cosmos to what it looked like 5,000 years ago, 10,000 years ago, 100,000 years ago, or even perhaps a full Yuga cycle ago? We have the software to do this, but astronomical events happen in cycles, so the events described in the Mahabharata, for instance, may have happened every 1,000 years. Experts have compared many of these events, and dates could vary from 3,500 BC to 9,500 BC, or even much longer with Yuga cycles. Oceans were rising and glaciers were extending in 9,500 BC as the current ice age was in recession. Bhaskarakarya made note of the force of gravity. Objects fall on Earth due to a force of attraction by the Earth. Therefore, the Earth, planets, constellations, moon, and sun are held in orbit due to this attraction. He was the first to discover gravity, hundreds of years before Sir Isaac Newton had his pendulum swung by the apple. Panini is a sage known for his Sanskrit grammar, particularly his formulation of the 3,959 rules of Sanskrit syntax and grammar known as Ashtadhyayi. If you find anything by Panini, give it to Richard right away because it changes the grammar and meaning of words through time. Everything has several names in Hindu mythology, and Sanskrit is localized text based on region. Varahamihara's book Panch Siddhanta noted that the moon and planets are lustrous not because of their own light but due to sunlight. In the Brihad Samhita and Brihad Jatak discoveries in the domains of geography, constellations, science, botany, and animal science are outlined. In botanical science he presents cures for various diseases afflicting plants and trees. If in our search we stumble onto something else earth-shattering, we certainly won't throw it away. Tantra means liberation of energy and expansion of consciousness from its gross form to expand the mind and liberate dormant potential energy. Hindu Tantra scriptures refer to techniques for achieving a result. There are a total of 92 Hindu Tantra scriptures. 64 are known as Abhida, and they include the Bhairava Tantras or Kashmir Saivite Tantras. 18 are said to be Beta Beta and are known as the Rudra Tantras. The last 10 are completely beta and are known as the Shiva Tantras. Dualism is the view that the mind and body both exist as separate entities or they are one with the cosmos. These tantras move from one consideration to the other through Abhita, Beta, and Beta. The Rudra Tantras and Shiva Tantras are Saiva Siddhanta Agamas. These tantras can be Agama or Nigama. Agamas are those texts in which goddesses asked questions and God replied. In Nigama texts, God asked the questions and the goddess replied. This dialogue between God and goddess is a special feature of Hinduism tantras. The documents we are looking for will be written in Sanskrit regional languages. The major textual tantra traditions with some key exemplary texts are included in your notes. It is an extensive list. Most Hindu tantras remain untranslated. Remember, these are basically yoga positioning with specific focus and chanting. They could include potions or elixirs. I'm looking so forward to being a trailblazer. Richard said in a sarcastic tone. Uncle Sandhu added, you might be wondering why we've not just gone into a room of shelves and taken whatever texts we have off the shelves. The Seltradat libraries have been around for many centuries and have accumulated many documents and items that have never been catalogued for one reason or another. You will go into rooms in the basement levels that no one has been in for perhaps hundreds of years. In those rooms there are chests, boxes, bags, and letters from important figures in history. Treat the documents with care and try to keep the notes of where you found things so we can follow up and appreciate what we have here. If possible, we will try to match the item to a log entry in the diaries which will provide background information. I'll be here in this room, so any documents you find I will look at immediately. Richard told us, and then off we went to search the castle. It seemed quite an adventure at first, but at night it might have been a whole lot creepier in retrospect. We spent the day looking through rooms in the first basement with flashlights while wearing gloves and masks. It was dank and dusty in many rooms off halls that seemed to go on forever. Plaques appeared over doorways, wrought iron gates blocked passages, and it seemed like a tunnel system or a dry sewer system that was built to confuse the wanderer. Darla and I found a box with Sanskrit text containing documents with images and symbols unfamiliar to us. The box was taken to Richard, but he needed time to determine what the text revealed and if it was of any use to us. One thing for sure, these were unique documents unknown by any scholars of this time. I was ready to get cleaned up and have something to eat by the end of that first day. When I got to the dining hall, I saw Cheesy and the Jacks just finishing their meals. They told me they would be in the lounge later if I was interested in joining them. Everybody had a busy day, so they were also making it an early night as I dropped by the lounge. Marius was explaining to Dick, that's the Seltradat way. Skills and knowledge. The skill can be split into body, to perform the skill, and knowledge stored in the mind, to know and execute the skill. You won't see an overweight Seltradats here because physical fitness is the first step in the process. We have a great gym where people keep fit or train for their circus acts. All Seltradats, from the moment they can crawl, are brought to the gym to enjoy exercise and enjoy family. Yoga has really caught on here since Marion and I came back from India last year. You probably saw a few people on the terrace with you this morning. Learning new poses, positions, transitions, chants, it's great. It doesn't take a lot of room, so during travel time on the train it's ideal. Everyone spends a lot of time on the rail with the circus. We have 3 trains running on 3 different Soviet track systems as well as the Riviera Arena and Casino that require a big healthy, happy family. There was that family image that I was unfamiliar with again. Marius continued, The skills use the body but come from the mind and are not only the blueprint for the task at hand, but the access to the raw materials of knowledge required to construct it. You may have the plan in your mind through synthesizing cognitive inputs, but you must also find the information you have stored in your mind if you wish to execute upon those inputs. Take Cheesy for instance. He has an eidetic memory, so the step of mapping the storage device so he can retrieve that information is very well developed. Marius told us, "It's true, I can remember facts and envision everything around those facts once I start looking. I like to add more facts rather than contemplating the ones I already know and how to use them." Marion says it's a journey. I'm working from the other side to him, and we're going to meet in the middle. Cheesy revealed. Marius continued, "But knowledge is only half the equation of a complete solution. What's the solution that knowledge is going to apply to the problem to create the desired outcome? The current stimuli must be examined to contemplate a possible solution. It's the AI of the brain that synthesizes the knowledge it contains to make that connection." Then he continued, "So we try to figure out at an early age what type of mind the child prefers and work to strengthen both. That's where the huge library we have here comes into play. The cell tradats have been building knowledge for centuries. You work harder on something you have a passion for." Cheesy turned to me and said, "Now do you know why I want to learn how to build the perfect AI?" And I did. The next morning after breakfast and yoga, I joined Ian, Uncle Sandu, Dick, April, and the Jacks for Dr. Su's introduction to Russian phages. Although I was taking microbiology, I was just a student compared to Dr. Su, who had been in the field for more than 5 years working closely with pathogens and their transfer to humans. Let's start with bacteria, a single-celled organism found almost everywhere on Earth and vital to the planet's ecosystems. Most bacteria in the body are harmless and some even helpful. A relatively small number of bacteria species are pathogens that cause disease. We have 10 times more bacterial cells in our body than we have human cells. What exactly is considered a pathogen? Marius asked. A pathogen is any organism that can cause disease in its host. Therefore, a pathogen can come in the form of a virus, a bacteria, a fungi, algae, or as a unicellular or multicellular eukaryote. Unicellular eukaryotes are organisms getting by with only one cell, like brewer's yeast or diatom, and algae. Multicellular eukaryotes are organisms whose cells have a nucleus enclosed within a nuclear envelope. Is that right, Dr. Su? Ian interjected. Yes, that's right, Ian. The domain eukaryote makes up one of the 3 domains of life, the prokaryotes. Bacteria and archaea make up the other 2 domains. Eukaryotes can reproduce both asexually through mitosis and sexually through meiosis and gamete fusion. In mitosis, one cell divides to produce 2 genetically identical cells. In meiosis, DNA replication is followed by 2 rounds of cell division to produce 4 haploid daughter cells. These act as sex cells or gametes. Each gamete has just one set of chromosomes, each a unique mix of the corresponding pair of parental chromosomes resulting from genetic recombination during meiosis. Ian asked, "Isn't that what happens in the mosquito's gut to convert the pathogen to a disease that can infect humans?" We spoke of that when we were in Africa. That's exactly right, Ian. A new protein known as GCS1 or generative cell-specific 1 suggests that it may perform an essential function in cell division, such as the membrane fusion at the moment DNA is passed on. If GCS1 is indeed an important part of our ancestral gamete fusion apparatus, this might suggest that complex, multicellular organisms have invented novel forms of gamete fusion. However, seeing this was more information than most of us needed, she returned to the topic that got us there. The cell structure of bacteria is simpler than that of other organisms because there is no nucleus or membrane-bound organelles. Instead, their control center, containing their genetic information, is contained in a single loop of DNA. Some bacteria have an extra circle of genetic material called a plasmid. The plasmid often contains genes that give the bacterium some advantage over other bacteria. For example, it may contain a gene that makes the bacterium resistant to a certain antibiotic. How many different types of bacteria are there, Sue? Dick asked. Bacteria are classified into 5 groups according to their basic shapes: the spherical or coccide rod known as bacilli, then spiral or spirilla, comma known as vibrios, and finally corkscrew or spirochetes. They can exist as single cells, in pairs, chains, or clusters. In all, there are over 30,000 named species of bacteria. Bacteria reproduce by binary fission. In this process, the bacterium, which is a single cell, divides into 2 identical daughter cells. Binary fission begins when the DNA of the bacterium divides. The bacterial cell then elongates and splits into 2 daughter cells, each with identical DNA to that of the parent cell. Some bacteria, like Escherichia coli, can divide every 20 minutes, so in just 7 hours one bacterium can generate 2,097,152 bacteria, and after 1 more hour a colossal 16,777,216. That will get you under the weather and swing your pendulum pretty quickly. Antibiotics fight bacterial infections by killing the bacteria or slowing its growth by attacking the coating surrounding bacteria in a process called lysis that causes the disintegration of the cell wall. Does this wipe them out? Dick asked. Some bacteria can form endospores that are extremely resistant to hostile conditions, so eradicating them is very difficult. Endospore-producing bacteria can be nasty pathogens like Bacillus anthracis, the cause of anthrax, she told us. Ian informed us, phages are being used to treat bacterial infections that don't respond to some methods. A bacteriophage is a virus that infects and replicates within bacteria and archaea to devour them. What are archaea? Marion wondered. Archaea are single-celled microorganisms with structures similar to bacteria. They are evolutionarily distinct from bacteria and eukaryotes and form the 3rd domain of life. Archaea are obligate anaerobes living in low oxygen, and these microorganisms can be killed by normal atmospheric concentrations of oxygen. Fish out of water, so to speak. Phages are a form of viruses which attach to bacterial cells and inject a viral genome into the cell. The viral genome effectively replaces the bacterial genome, halting the bacterial infection. The bacterial cell causing the infection is unable to reproduce and instead produces additional phages. Pop. Jack in the Box, only this one is going to eat you, Marion said with a flourish of the hands. What's the downside of phages? I asked. Phages are very selective in the strains of bacteria they are effective against. Dr. Sue replied, just as mosquitoes are selective of the pathogens they can pick up. Sniper shot, Dick said as he focused his imaginary rifle and pulled the trigger. She continued, but they have lots of advantages, including reduced side effects and reduced risk of the bacterium's developing resistance. Phages are more successful than antibiotics, where there is a biofilm covered by a polysaccharide layer which antibiotics can't penetrate. Virulent phages can be isolated much quicker than other compounds or natural products and isolated from the environment with ease. Development of standardized manufacturing processes would make lab-to-clinic delivery of phages much quicker than traditional medicine. Phages are typically harmless to the host organism and other beneficial bacteria such gut microbiota, thereby reducing the chance of an opportunistic infection. A phage will only kill a bacterium if it matches the specific strain on its bounty poster. Dick said. Consequently, phage mixtures and cocktails are often used to improve the chances of success, she added. Back to shotgun. Dick said. Alternatively, samples taken from recovering patients can contain appropriate phages to be grown to cure other patients infected with the same strain. Bacteriophages are found wherever bacteria thrive, such as sewers, waste runoff pipes, and even the stools of convalescing patients. Why hasn't anyone pursued this line before? Marius asked. Pathogenic bacterial infections were mostly cured by the antibiotic penicillin G, so leading Western scientists lost interest. Russian scientists have continued to develop phage therapy with an extensive library and research center at the George Ilyeva Institute in Tbilisi, Georgia. We might want to look there as well if we can. Should we find a good lead here? Just as bacteria can evolve resistance, viruses can evolve to overcome resistance. The fight's on now, Dick announced. Uncle Sandu interjected, we should look at this from two perspectives. Firstly, we have a great deal of documented information in our diaries that may lead us to people of interest. These types of cures were typically developed in the rural communities where the circus spends all of its time. We can see if any entries from that time can lead us to more concrete information. Marius, you and I will check those, to which Marius nodded. He continued, next, the archives in the basement hold many documents with Soviet information unknown to the West. I would estimate 50% of the content in the basement is Soviet, based on the last owner of the item. Marion knows the area well and will help direct your search to the most likely locations. The basement is a vast series of rooms and tunnels with lower light than elsewhere and no windows. Make sure you are prepared with gloves, masks, and lights. Additionally, we should have Florin follow up with any family contacts in Georgia. We may need some specific information or even samples of a particular phage. They may have also made advances that are unpublished. The rest of that day searching the basement was fruitless for me as far as our quest was concerned, but there were many interesting things found along the way. The Jacks, Cheesy and I met up with Darla, Magda, and Krista on the terrace that evening to have a few drinks and learn about magic and the metaphysical world from their perspective. Of course, Darla brought Mr. Whiskers, Magda brought Peepers, and Thief flew about looking for things to steal. He swooped down on the table and picked up a straw that had been abandoned. "Stop, thief!" yelled Krista. That gets her in a lot of trouble in town. All the cute young cops that have been watching her seize the opportunity to come to her aid. Darla said. That's not true. If there's a cute fireman or paramedic, they might come too. Krista responded and everyone laughed, but I'm sure that was true. The moon shone brightly on what was another crystal clear night in the Carpathian Mountains, with a fresh breeze blowing the forest aromas to our scent. There was just enough breeze to sway the treetops in the brilliant moonlight and replace the summer heat. Darla, can you tell our friends something of the 7 arts magici or arts prohibiti? Marian asked. Darla replied, you know, if they're the forbidden arts, I'm going to find them, and everyone laughed as hard as they knew Darla. Obviously, there were some family secrets after all. Let's start with hydromancy, a form of divination using water. Divination? I asked. Divination is seeking knowledge of the future by reading the signs of whatever you use for scrying. Scrying? I had to ask another question. The medium you use to detect messages or visions. Water is the medium used by a hydromancer for scrying, seeing the vision of the future. It could be a glass of water, a spray, or a lake. Many methods have been described in books that we have here in the library. For example, a ring hanging by a string that's dipped into a vessel of water then shaken. So how do they take whatever that symbolism is telling them and translate it into something of value by way of a future prediction? Shizi asked. In this particular case, the prediction is made by the number of times the ring strikes the sides of the vessel. So, if I ask the vessel what city Darla is going to journey to in September, it will tell me? Shizi asked. I'm afraid not. It's usually yes or no answers by odd or even clangs. You'll just have to keep guessing, darling. Another water method requires 3 pebbles be thrown into standing water and the circles formed are observed. You can always find documentation for interpretation of these types of divination, but they are more or less as reliable as Freud. Magic words or words of power can sometimes have unintended effects. In Mesopotamian incantations, the makla were said to protect you from witchcraft and the serpo to cleanse you of your other worldly sins, crushing your dharma. Try this solution: rub some dough on your body, then throw it in the fire and chant. My illness, my weariness, my guilt, my crime, my sin, my transgression. The illness that is present in my body, my flesh, my veins. Be peeled off like this garlic so that the fire god, the burner, consumes today. May the curse leave so that I may see the light. And you must keep throwing a little garlic and perhaps some fruit rinds into the burning coals. Wait an indeterminate amount of time and the deed will be done. In the Orient, charming snakes by incantation is still used today. The snake could be charmed out of its hiding place in order to get rid of them. She told us, rid your house of snakes by incantation just like St. Patrick did for Ireland. Shizi added, hydromancy was a popular divination method during Byzantine times. Isn't that right, Marion? Who replied, yes, Darla, you are quite correct, and I sense something more to that. Marion placed a glass of water on the table in front of us. He circled his hand around it 3 times, said some words which were foreign to me, and then flicked the glass with his forefinger off his thumb. With a twink of the glass, the water was frozen solid. You guys continue to amaze me. Fantastic. Is that magic? I asked. Magda said, Gordon, you can do this one, show him. So Cheesy took another glass and put some water in it and placed it exactly where he wanted it. He circled his hand around it 3 times, said the words and then flicked the glass with his forefinger from his thumb. With a twink of the glass, the water went very cold but didn't freeze. Oh, good try, Gordon, came the cheer. Then it was my turn. I circled my hand around the glass 3 times, said the magic words, and then flicked the glass with my forefinger from my thumb. With a twink of the glass, the water was very cool at best. Oh, came the cheer without a good try. I knew that was not going to work as soon as I heard the twink on the glass. Your hands didn't have the correct positioning and the fingers were not pointing in the right directions. You probably weren't even considering that the position mattered. Then 3 full rotations around the glass starting and ending in the same place. Not 2, not 4, 3. Just as microwaves can cook food, sound waves can freeze water. When we chant, we see it as a musical instrument sees the notes. The sound creates a vibration. Finally, with just the right twink created by using the amount of force necessary to create that sound against an object that is known to you. That final correct finely tuned vibration will synthesize with the other vibrations and immediately freeze the molecules in the water. Timing is important too, as Marion well knows. Marius said, and then continued, in the innocence of our youth we were in town one day, plying our craft, when Marion approached a local yokel who bet him he couldn't turn the water in the glass to ice. Just as Marion was about to say the spell, a car backfired and disturbed the vibrations. When he heard the final twink, he knew it didn't work, and he also knew he couldn't pay off on the bet. Everyone was laughing hysterically by now. So, what happened? I asked in great anticipation. Marion threw the glass of water in his face and took off as fast as he could. Magda added, and all the villagers were chasing the mad wizard. Krista added, barely getting the words out, with pitchforks and torches. By this time, no one could stop laughing to say anything else. Krista took over from Darla for the next topic of pyromancy. In the discipline of fire, it's the signs and patterns in the flames that provide the message. Dust and other fine particles like pollen or milled organic herbs can be used by throwing them in the fire and observing the patterns that emerge to predict the future. The fire itself can be the gateway for the practitioner to view a future path. Priests like this type of divination with God's present and omens conveyed. Fire rituals in Mesopotamia and Eurasia were thought to originate with ancient Zoroastrian rituals in temples and on altars. Isn't that right, Marius? Who replied, yes, Krista, you are quite correct, and again I sensed something more to that exchange. Marius pulled a handkerchief from his shirt pocket and placed it on the table with a flourish. He brushed it with the front of his hand and then the back of his hand, flipped it over, and did the same thing with his other hand. Then he pulled it up in the middle and let it fall like a tent. He spoke a few foreign words as he waved his hand over the cloth, and smoke began to rise from it. Again, he went back and forth with his hand, and there was more smoke. Finally, with the next wave, the cloth burst into flames. Everyone applauded, and I said, magic, and he responded, perhaps. Then he explained, spontaneous combustion can occur when a substance with a relatively low ignition temperature like this specially dried out cloth begins to release heat. That happens either by oxidation in the presence of moisture and air, or by bacterial fermentation, which generates heat through a process called redox. Reduction or oxidation is a chemical reaction in which the oxidation states of atoms are changed. Redox reactions are characterized by the transfer of electrons between chemical species. One species, the reducing agent, undergoes oxidation by losing electrons, while the other species, the oxidizing agent, undergoes reduction by gaining electrons. The chemical species with the electron removed is oxidized, while the chemical species the electron is added to is reduced. Oxidation is the loss of electrons or an increase in the oxidation state of an atom, an ion, or certain atoms in a molecule. Krista clarifies the process. The temperature of the cloth rises above the ignition point, killing the bacteria with ignition temperatures and destroying the evidence. Combustion begins. Oxygen and fuel maintain the party onto the thermal runaway, and it's off to fire and beyond Buzz Lightyear, she said with a flourish of her hand. Mind you, this does not happen by accident. Marius said, the two bacteria were packaged by our cousin Florin, whom you haven't met yet. When I passed my hands over the cloth the first time, I was coating them with the two bacteria and then giving them enough time to start working. The reaction wouldn't normally be this fast, but Florin has somehow sped up the reaction between these two particular bacteria. He has ramped up their war and supplied them both with weapons of mass destruction. He's like that. When he was young, Florin was always exploring the basement while everyone else was exploring the forests. There are many secrets which have flowered in his care that might otherwise have been lost forever. That story makes me think of the biophages in bacteria that have little baby biophages to eat their own species. Darla noted. Krista continued with the next method for predicting the future. Geomancy was a form of seeking knowledge of the future by casting 4 binary objects such as coins or sticks with an even and odd side. It's still very popular in the Soviet Union, and we have several very good geomancers in our circus. The geomantic figures which are cast will hold the key to the solution of any question you may have put forward. The analysis of this prediction is based on charts used to read about the attributes of the figures that you have cast. I can show you what the figures look like, and she displayed a poster on the table. The chart looked like 16 playing cards from the diamond set, but with 4 rows and 3 columns. Krista went on to say, the 16 geomantic figures are the primary symbols which represent the characters. Close your eyes and imagine you're walking into a tent at the circus to have your future told. Firstly, you must ask a question. Will Henri get strung up by his underwear from the flagpole again this year? Marius asked. No, that happens every year. Let's ask one for the Sultancy. How about, will Cheesy be able to play at our casino in California? All right, the question has been asked. This is the shield as it's known in geomancy. And she held up a sheet of paper that had a shield design broken into several sections and multiple rows. The 4 castings we will take represent the 4 mothers. They are at the top level of the shield. We always start from the right and move to the left. The mothers have 4 lines to be cast for each of them. The top line is her fire element, and we'll cast that one first. Krista handed me a die which I cast on the table. A3. She said. So that's an odd number. The fire line of the first mother has dots placed in the outer columns. Now roll the dice for her air element. I rolled a 4 for air, then a 2 for water, and finally a 3 for earth. When a row has only 1 dot in the middle column, the element is said to be active. That is the result of rolling an odd number. 2 dots tell you the element is passive. The result of an even number. Krista informed us that the first mother is conjunction, which represents a crossroad. Conjunction is neither positive nor negative, but is influenced by others. Now we must cast the second, third, and fourth mothers in the same manner. She drew our attention to the shield document again and demonstrated how she calculated the rest of the information once she had the 4 mothers. The mothers generate the daughters, who are the 4 boxes on the left side of the top row of the shield. Do this by transposing the left column of the first mother to the first row of the daughters. Each one is transposed in turn until all 4 mothers have generated the 4 daughters. Very binary. Cheesy said. These figures or cards represent different characters which each have attributes for us to explore with respect to the question we have asked, she said. The 4 mothers cast the 4 daughters next to them. The next row of boxes represents the nieces. They are calculated from the 2 parents directly above them. Each row of the parents is added together to be either even or odd, passive or active. From there the nieces are distilled down to 2 figures known as witnesses. The witnesses together form the judge, which will indicate the answer to your question. When you add the first mother together with the judge, you form the sentence. The sentence represents measures you may take to help make the judgment come to fruition. And that completes the shield, she explained. Who are these figures? You talk about them like they're people? I wondered. Each character or personality has a name and characteristics which indicate your opportunity for success. However, nothing is black and white. It's all subject to interpretation. The characters are formed by the patterns, so if you refer to your charts you can find out who is 2-1-1-2. Via, for instance, is known as the road or the path. If via shows up, it is considered good for matters of roads, travels, or journeys. You have to ask the right question to get the response that is appropriate. Each type of question has a house where those matters are resolved. For instance, the seventh house represents matters of the heart. You can look at each of the figures as well as the figure representing the judge. Krista told us. Then Magda said, "Will it rain on Darla's trip to the Sultancy?" which made Cheesy smile. No way. Astrologically, Via is associated with Cancer and the waning moon, but astrology is a whole other complicated system unto itself. A full reading is a much more complex undertaking and only for our most esteemed clients. Krista said as she raised her eyebrows and looked at Marius. Darla answered, "The figures who have water as their element are Populus, Via, Artis, and Puella. Fire is the forte of Letitia, Cauda Draconis, Fortuna Minor, and Amicia, while air is ruled by Pure, Rubius, Acquisitio, and Conjunctio, leaving earth to Fortuna Major, Tristitia, Caput Draconis, and Carcer." Who gets Donner, Blitzen, and Rudolph? Cheesy asked. Look like 16 playing cards from the diamond set, but with 4 rows and 3 columns. All the elements in Via are active and as such indicates change more than any other figure. If you asked, "Should I change?" then Via would answer, "Hell yeah." "Shall I have vanilla or strawberry yogurt?" then Via answers, "Who cares?" Darla said. Then Krista continued, "Via inverts the actions of any figure when added, providing another meaning of change." The systems for interpreting these signs were written by Henry Cornelius Agrippa in his 4th book of Occult Philosophy of Geomancy, Heptameron, or Magical Elements of Peter de Abano and the Arbitel de Magia Veterum. All of these books are in our library if you wish to read or refer to them. She continued, Via has other associations in astrology. She will also look out for your stomach. A brief summary of the others includes Cauda Draconis, the tail of the dragon and the figure of the south node of the moon, who was considered very bad in most situations. So much so that in older traditions, if this was the first figure drawn, then the geomancy reading would be stopped immediately. She is only good in circumstances for ending or completing things, such as breaking up a relationship. Cauda brings good with evil, and evil with good. Its inner and outer elements are both fire. Magda asked, "Should you break up with Mieko, Krista?" and she replied, "Hell yeah, I'll send him an ass-fire cake with Florence fast-acting, long-lasting Montezuma's revenge chocolate icing." Cauda is associated with your left arm. Pure is the boy represented by a sword or erect phallus symbol. He refers to male energies like aggression and passion, but also war and male sexuality. Most cases you don't want to see this guy, but he was good in love and war back in the day. Just in case that day comes again. If Alexander the Great asked, "Shall I attack Carthage?" Pure would have replied, "Let's go, let's go, let's go." Pure is associated with your head. And she touched her head. She continued, Fortuna Minor is the lesser fortune with success coming down like beams of light from the sun. This guy gives mildly positive outcomes representing transient success that is dependent upon outside help. Fortuna favors situations that can be resolved quickly and do not need to be sustained, so is a figure of change and instability. So is Uncle Sandu giving you that job surge? And Fortuna would reply, maybe, maybe not. I'll keep it open. Marius adds, I can see Serge slinking away and muttering under his breath, spineless bastard. Fortuna is associated with the spine. Puella is the girl and resembles a woman with exaggerated breasts. She is good in most situations, especially with women, beauty, or feminine situations. Puella represents peace and passivity. She is positive or negative depending on the question, but leans to positive, requiring action rather than inaction. Puella is the symbol of feminine sexuality, balancing the energy of pure. Shall I cut my hair? Darla asked, cut it or don't cut it, hair continues to grow, now your kidneys are another thing. Puella is good with kidneys, lower back, buttocks, and skin. Amicio means loss and appears as two bowls or cups turned upside down. This figure is a bad dude or negative figure except for questions of love or where loss is desired. Often, he represents something outside of one's grasp. Desire is the root of all evil. Should I let these guys with the big horse in? To which Amicio replied, yeah, do it. Give him a hand, it looks heavy. Amicio likes necks and throats. I see a date with Yertle the turtle in the future. Carcer as the prison is the outline of an enclosure, a link in a chain, or a prison cell. Usually bad in denoting delays, setbacks, or bindings, carcer refers to immobility and strength. She could indicate a restriction or a source of willpower. Carcer is generally unfavorable, but she can be favorable in questions involving stability or security. Should I move to Rome or stay in Pompeii? Asked a citizen, to which Carcer replied, you have a good job, a new girlfriend, that nice house with a view of the mountain, yes, stay what the hell. Carcer likes knees and skeletal systems. Laetitiae is joy. He resembles an arch, fountain, or rainbow, and is good in situations that concern potential, joy, or happiness. Ruled externally by water, but inwardly by fire, Laetitiae is a positive figure for nearly all questions, representing fast solutions and construction. Laetitiae indicates upward motion, happiness, or joy. Can I complete this pyramid by the end of the next fiscal quarter? Khufu may have asked, to which Laetitiae replied, start planning the opening ceremonies, Khufu. Laetitiae and Khufu both had foot fetishes. Caput Draconis, head of the dragon, is a neutral figure, but fortunate with new beginnings. He's favorable for beginnings and profit, and otherwise favorable with other favorable figures and unfavorable with unfavorable ones. Caput likes to go with a winner and carries his own reversible banner. Will my noodle shop succeed, or will it go kaput? To which Caput replied, I've noodled the idea, and you bet your right arm it will. I've had an armful of your noodles and they're good. Don't listen to those other people. Caput wants you to be his right arm. Conjunctio, the conjunction is a crossroads or joining of two figures. The sign is neutral in meaning good in good things, evil in evil, but good with joining or recovering things, especially marriage or relationships. He represents a combination of forces, for good or ill. By himself, neutral. He only becomes favorable or not through the influence of other figures around him. A tad fickle, this fellow, or perhaps just a bit of a milquetoast. Should I marry Henry VIII? And Bullen asked Conjunctio, who replied, he makes me sick, don't lose your head, but yeah, go for it. Conjunctio is all about the intestines and digestive system. Acquisitio is interpreted as gain. He resembles two bowls or cups turned upright. Acquisitio is good in almost all situations, especially when getting or obtaining things. A positive figure, except where a loss is the desired outcome. Will England lose the FIFA World Cup? Acquisitio was asked and replied, oh, I am sorry, no. And that's your third hot dog. Acquisitio is watching your hips and thighs. Rubius is an overturned glass, an inversion, meaning good in all that is evil, and evil in all that is good. Like the tale of the dragon, he's considered so unfavorable that if he was first in a reading, the reading would end. Rubeus represents passion, deception, violence, and vice. Will I be successful at anything? To which Rubeus replied, sorry bud, gotta catch the next bus out of town. Rubeus is keeping an eye on your reproductive and excretory systems, including your genitals. Watch this guy. Fortuna Major is your key to greater fortune. Fortuna resembles blessings growing from the earth and being fruitful in the air. She's very good in all situations, especially in new beginnings. Looking for power and success? Fortuna will give you that and be very favorable in conflicts and contests. She has stability and long-term success, but with some hurdles in the beginning. Success must be earned. The harder I work, the luckier I get. Should I run for election this year? When William Jennings Bryan asked, Fortuna replied, we're talking Congress, not president, right? Yeah, okay, run. Fortuna is looking after your heart and chest. Artis is white and shown as an upright glass or goblet. White is good especially with good figures in the posse, but Artis herself is a weak figure. She represents peace, wisdom, purity, and provides benefits to beginnings and profit, where careful, deliberate planning is required. Should I drop the atom bomb? Harry S. Aston Artis said, no way man, peace and love are the way. Too bad Artis didn't come up as the judge back in the day. Artis will make sure your shoulders and lungs are in good hands too. Tristitia is sorrow. A broken arch or a stake being driven into the ground denotes poor Tristitia. Most times Tristitia indicates sadness or mourning or represent pain and suffering. However, she is favorable when questions dealing with stability, building, or the earth are asked. Will I enjoy my trip on the Titanic? A passenger asked. In Tristitia replied, pack some rubber long johns and carry your flask at all times. Tristitia has an ankle and lower leg fetish. With the exception of populace, the ruling element for each figure is always represented as active. There's a lot more analysis to geomancy than the simple overview I gave you tonight. Sheezy added, I like that one best of all. I thought it was interesting. Krista continued, aromancy divination is a method that requires tossing sand, dirt, or seeds into the air as the medium and interpreting the patterns of the dust cloud or the settling of the seeds. Thunder, comets, falling stars, and the shape of clouds all fit in this category in myth and legend. Aromancers would publish predictions of the future. Chiromancy is divination based on reading poems. The interpretation is based on intuitions and symbolism from astrology. A line from a person's hand that resembles a square is considered a bad omen, whereas a triangle would be a good omen. This idea comes from the trine and square aspect in astrology. Scapulomancy was divination using an animal's scapula. The scapula would be broken, and based on how it was broken, you could see the future. Take one scapula, heat over hot coals until it breaks, she said. Krista continued, those are ways to predict the future. All of our circuses feature readers of these types of divination because the areas of the former Soviet Union we travel through believe in them. Darla, Magda, and I have each spent summers working with the family circus and learning these crafts. Darla added, I like the eastern route best. It goes to Moscow and St. Petersburg. Those are the best stops, but there are two Siberian routes that are really exciting too. The northern one ends in Vladivostok and the southern one goes into Mongolia and China. I like the southern route because it goes through China and they have some of the most fabulous acrobats and tumblers you have ever seen. It's like they don't have any bones and can take any shape they want. Truly amazing, you would not believe your eyes. They've been performing the circus in China for 5,000 years or more. Krista volunteered. Magda announced, on the night before you leave, we're going to have a geomancer's ball. We have these occasionally, they're a lot of fun. You can see Daniel in the costume department and he'll fix you up with any character you want to be. We have lots of costumes that are used in the circus. Just pick your favorite character and come and have some fun with it. Marius and Marion confirmed these parties were great fun, especially with performers who like to celebrate the end of a great show. The next morning, I found myself searching the lower halls for Floren's lab. When I found it, Ian, Marius, and Marion were already sitting around a table with Floren looking over some documents. Am I late? I asked and Marius said they were just talking about a circus act that involved some props Floren was working on for them. They introduced me to Floren Ballin, their cousin, and the manager of technical matters for all the circuses. Basically, he sorted out how to implement tricks, use the cell Trottet secrets, and create awesome effects. I knew that was just the tip of the iceberg with this fellow. Floren began, the rare earth elements are a set of 17 nearly indistinguishable lustrous silvery white soft heavy metals. The lanthanides account for 15 of those. All the elements have one valence electron in the 5D shell, which is not something a non-physicist would need to understand. It's just what they all have in common and what makes them a group. The elements share properties in common with the first element in the group, lanthanum. Scandium and yttrium are considered rare earth elements because they tend to occur in the same ore deposits as the lanthanides and exhibit similar chemical properties, but they have different electronic and magnetic properties. Normally we drop those when looking for magnetic properties. That has been our primary use for this material in the past. In pure form, these metals tarnish slowly in air at room temperature, and react slowly with cold water to form hydroxides, liberating hydrogen. They react with steam to form oxides, and at an elevated temperature of 400 degrees Celsius, they ignite spontaneously and burn with a fierce colorful pyrotechnic flame. Marius said, "That sounds very crowd-pleasing, doesn't it?" Floren continued, "These elements and their compounds have no known biological function. The water-soluble compounds are mildly to moderately toxic, but the insoluble ones are not. They're used in electronic components, lasers, glass, magnetic materials, and powerful neodymium magnets. Neodymium magnets are the strongest type of permanent magnet available commercially. Rare earth elements are almost exactly the same in terms of their chemical properties. However, their electronic properties and magnetic properties are each exquisitely unique. Some refrigeration devices freeze by magnet. The magnetocaloric effect is a magnetothermodynamic phenomenon in which a temperature change of a suitable material is caused by exposing the material to a changing magnetic field. Promethium is used in nuclear batteries and luminous paint. All isotopes of promethium are radioactive, and it doesn't occur naturally in the Earth's crust. However, a trace amount is generated by the decay of uranium-238. They're often found in minerals with thorium, and less commonly uranium. A beta-voltaic device is a type of nuclear battery which generates electric current from beta particles emitted from a radioactive source, using semiconductor junctions. A common source used is the hydrogen isotope tritium. I can see how these elements tie in with Tesla's electromagnetic theories. Ian said. Floren went on to say, most nuclear power sources use nuclear radiation to generate heat, which is then used to generate electricity. Beta-voltaic devices use a non-thermal conversion process, converting the electron-hole pairs produced by the ionization trail of beta particles traversing a semiconductor. These power sources are important where long life is desirable. Samarium is used in rare earth magnets, lasers, neutron capture, and control rods of nuclear reactors. A samarium cobalt magnet is a strong permanent magnet made of two basic elements, samarium and cobalt. Sintered samarium cobalt magnets exhibit magnetic anisotropy, meaning they can only be magnetized in the axis of their magnetic orientation. This is done by aligning the crystal structure of the material during the manufacturing process. More magnetic oddities. Very interesting. Ian added. Florin said, "We have some of these elements in the lab that we've collected over the years, but in small quantities. Our current use is predominantly for the magnets installed around the arenas. My assistant is trying to locate where we acquired our current inventory and will let me know if she makes any progress." Ian was optimistic that there was a connection between Tesla and the rare earth elements. Looking around Florin's lab, it was an odd mixture of fairly current technology and some ancient-looking pieces. When Ian asked Florin about his lab, he replied, "We have mixtures here that were first made over 300 years ago from the exact same formula. In fact, some are made in the exact same vessels. Much of the crafting done here has to do with basic alchemy or ancient science as it was known then. Melting and boiling properties of organic compounds was a very basic piece of information but essential. In earlier times, the melting point and boiling point provided crucial information on the purity and identity of organic compounds. The melting and boiling points correlate with the polarity of the molecules and their molecular weight," he said, and both Ian and I looked at each other as if to say, "This guy knows what he is talking about." Some organic compounds, especially symmetrical ones, sublime. A well-known example of a sublimable organic compound is paradichlorobenzene, the odoriferous constituent of modern mothballs. Organic compounds are usually not very stable at temperatures above 300 degrees Celsius, although some exceptions exist. These are the types of things we need to know to mystify and amaze people. We're also working on some projects with solid-state properties. Various specialized properties of molecular crystals and organic polymers with conjugated systems are of interest for thermomechanical and electromechanical purposes of piezoelectricity, electrical conductivity, and electro-optical properties. Areas of polymer science and materials science can be implemented into arena designs. "What are hydrocarbons?" someone asked, and I jumped in with a reply. Hydrocarbons are compounds made of only carbon and hydrogen, as well as carbon compounds with elements such as oxygen, nitrogen, sulfur, phosphorus, and halogens. In organometallic chemistry, we studied compounds containing carbon-metal bonds. Research today is focusing on other organometallics like the lanthanides, or transition metals zinc, copper, palladium, nickel, cobalt, titanium, and chromium. Rare earth elements and carbon bonding could be part of Tesla's solution. By the time we left, Ian had received some samples of dysprosium, which he told me is used in dosimeters for measuring ionizing radiation. Crystals of calcium sulfate or calcium fluoride are doped with dysprosium and exposed to radiation, where the dysprosium atoms become excited and luminesce. The luminescence is measured to determine the degree of exposure. Ian said, "We also have a quantity of neodymium which is used in magnets and can store about 18 times more magnetic energy than an iron magnet of the same volume." I doffed my cap to Florin. One evening that same week, while sitting in the lounge with Marius, Ian, Cheesy, and Sandy, Ian asked Marius about Florin's story. "He seems quite an intelligent fellow. Where did he get his education?" Marius began, "Florin is like an older brother to us. I respect him, I admire him, and I consider him immediate family, but we certainly didn't grow up together. His family grew up in the Nicolae Ceausescu era of Romania from the mid-60s until Ceausescu and his wife were overthrown and executed in the revolution of 1989. If you're unfamiliar with Ceausescu, he came to power after George Day's death in the mid-60s. Ceausescu became the leader of the state and president of the State Council. By the mid-70s he was president and began running the country in a military fashion. His secret police held tight control over free speech and the media. By the 1980s he ordered most of Romania's products be exported in order to pay off foreign debt due to his mismanagement. The lack of agricultural and industrial resources crippled the country, and the lack of medicine, food, energy, and other basic necessities drove the people to the brink of starvation. Elena, his significant other, was spending lavishly during this time with countless luxuries, including 40 homes, while the Romanian people starved. All her supposed scholarly achievements and awards were entirely fraudulent, including her PhD in industrial chemistry. She had the number 2 position in government behind her husband. They had secret police everywhere. Apparently 1 in 3 citizens was a collaborator. When Ceausescu ordered his forces to fire on anti-government demonstrators in Timișoara, the population rebelled. They captured him on December 22, 1989, and he and his wife were executed by a firing squad on Christmas Day. Elena would have made a great participant on a talk show provided advice and opinions along with some of her contemporaries. Welcome to our show tonight. Now please welcome, direct from her decisive victory at the Death Squad Championships in Death Valley, Winnie Mandela. Hooting. Joining Winnie on the show tonight is Elena Ceausescu, holder of more fake degrees than Groucho Marx, Imelda Marcos from the Philippines, with 10,000 of her favorite shoes, and finally, Eva Perón joins us from her I Can't Go Back to Argentina tour. His education was focused on surviving, but once that was assured, he took to the cell-trot-at libraries and followed whatever interested him. With a sharp mind, he could have done whatever he wanted to do, provided a different start. I teamed up with Darla and Krista in a new area of the basement the next day. Fresh cobwebs, things that scurry when you approach, and a dank cold that settles into your bones by noon, were all things that awaited me. The day was not lost though. We met up with others who had found a rather interesting artifact. Uncle Sandu placed it on the table and asked us, "What do you think this is?" A pouch, about the size of a soccer ball, was lying on the table. It was drawn at one end by some type of cord weaved through slots and appeared to be made from a leathery skin. It's a football from the Greek Football League circa 500 BCE. Marion Gaston Cheesy added, and signed by Plato and Socrates. Richard rolled his eyes and then said, "Not quite, this is a pouch made from the skin of a Goliath frog, see, Goliath. The world's largest frog found only in a very small range in the Congo." He opened the pouch and spilled the contents onto the table. Inside the pouch were several small skeletal hands, assorted nails, horns, dried insects, and pieces of things no one could recognize. Uncle Sandu added, "Our diary tells us this pouch was acquired by us in 1847. It was owned by an Arab trader who bought the bag from a Belgian doctor that he was dealing slaves with. The pouch had been taken from a pygmy witch doctor whom the Belgian doctor killed after an argument while on a slave capturing expedition. There are no written components to the witch doctor's bag, so we don't know how to use any of these ingredients or even what species they are. Nevertheless, an interesting find." Later that day, just before dusk set in, I met up with Magda on the terrace. She was watching an area of the hill across the valley and said, "Look there." On the hill about halfway up. She pointed with her finger at an area of open pasture, and I could see several wolves milling around. "Listen carefully, you can hear their voices on the wind." It is blowing this way across the valley. Wolves are very vocal and communicate an incredible amount of information with sounds. They will howl, bark, whimper, or growl. Can you hear anything now? I listened carefully and could hear the wolves faintly barking. They are barking. That is one pack with a male and female parents as the dominant pair, a family. Tonight, they will hunt, but until the light goes down, they will spend time with the pups in the area they are going to leave them. If we were closer, we would hear the other sounds of the family. We can see their body movements from here, but not their facial expressions. I already know this is a family, so they are not here to look for territory or mates. They will probably hunt tonight and hopefully no other pack will be hunting in their territory, she told me. What happens if another pack shows up? I asked and she said, let's wait and see what happens. This pack has two uncles with them, but Serge is the top wolf, and his wife Anastasia is by his side. See the wolf prancing around with his tail in the air? I could and I nodded. That's Serge, and the one laying on the ground is Anastasia. The uncles Nikoli and Ivan are crouched beside the pups. If this was not an established pack, then Nikoli and Ivan would have to show Serge they are submissive, or he would attack them to defend Anastasia and the pups. Nikoli rolled on his back, and she said, there you see, Nikoli is saying I'm part of this family. She continued on as the sun began to wane and the moon started to rise. Wolves use their sense of smell to communicate through chemical messages known as pheromones, which they secrete from glands on their body. They have a very advanced sense of smell, about 100 times greater than humans. A male is able to identify a female by her urine, and they will only come together during specific times. The wind was coming up a little bit and the temperature dropped with the sun. We got blankets to keep warm and continued to listen as it grew dark and the air crisper. Hunters have used wolf pheromones for centuries to warn off wolves or to trap them. Pheromones are very important smells to wolves. You can barely see them now. The pups have gone back into the forest. Serge has his ears back and his nose in the air, judging by his posture. Either he smells something, or he is sniffing for something to follow. A trail. Magda said, but I could not see them any more through the dark. A loud howl echoed off the trees and traveled up the valley on the wind to where we sat warm in our blanket. That was a bark howl. Serge is telling them it is time to go and to follow him. When lions hunt, it is only the lioness, but wolves hunt as an adult family. We closed our eyes and listened to the wolves moving through the forest and communicating. Their voices carried on the breeze, as did the subtle fragrance of Magda's perfume. Serge is barking, and they are returning his bark. I think he smelled prey and told Ivan and Nikoli to look for the trail. If it's a deer, they will bring the pups to it in the morning. A moment went by and she said, a bark howl that means aggression, either he has found the deer or an intruder. The territory is well marked. If it is an intruder, then they know exactly what they are doing and what is going to happen. Listen. Growling and barking became more intense. It's prey. They are closing in. We listened as the barking, howling, and growling all intensified to almost cover the vocalization of the prey submitting to the attack. It was a deer. The family will feed tonight and the pups in the morning. It is a terrible sound when the deer fears for its life, but it is also the circle of life. Listen to them howl now. They are telling the pups there will be food. Mother Nature did not make them vegetarians. I asked her why the wolves had Russian names and not local names, and she said, these are not local wolves. Our circus travels extensively throughout the old Soviet Union and has acquired many animals over the years for circus acts. We prefer to breed them ourselves, but unfortunately there are some we cannot or are not permitted to. Many of the cell tradats love to work with animals and become very attached to them, especially if they're in any jeopardy from their current owners. These particular wolves were brought here by Uncle Alexei after the breakup of the Soviet Union. April told me they were being abused by a circus in Moscow. We listened for another hour as the wolves made their way back to where the pups were. The forest went silent and the wolves that commanded this territory were ready for a good night's sleep, as was I. In the morning, after breakfast and meditation, I went to find the session that was strategizing their game plan to connect Tesla's ether to Dr. Emily's vital force. Florin was meeting with Alexei and Ian, who suggested I sit in to learn something about ether as a possible conduit for vital force. Ian began. Nikola Tesla, we know, was an inventor, electrical engineer, mechanical engineer, and futurist who designed the alternating current electricity system and had over 300 patents worldwide for his inventions. We know his battles with Edison are legendary, and today he is finally getting some recognition for being one of the greatest thinkers of our time. There were many conspiracy theories and much skullduggery on Edison's behalf that indicate many of Tesla's patents were not accounted for and some even hidden in patent archives. There are a minimum of 278 known patents issued to Tesla in 26 countries. Many inventions developed by Tesla were not put into patent protection. Alexei inserted in his broken Russian-English accent, Tesla was great genius exploited by that capitalist pig Edison. Energy for all versus capitalism, just saying. Ian continued, Tesla attempted to market several devices based on the production of ozone. Those included his Tesla Ozone Company, which patented a device based on his Tesla coil. It bubbled ozone through different types of oils to make therapeutic gels. That sounds like ancient alchemy to me. Florin said, formulas like this would have been presented to buyers centuries ago. He should have been selling to the medieval kings, not Edison. Ian continued, Tesla also theorized that the application of electricity enhanced intelligence. A whole room was converted into a health-giving electromagnetic bath. In the end, these ideas that weren't exploited ended up in boxes which, on his death, the Federal Bureau of Investigation ordered the alien property custodian to seize. They sent John G. Trump, a professor at MIT, to analyze the documents, and he spent 3 days before claiming to have found nothing of interest. It should have taken him more than 3 days to go through 80 trunks of documents and other items. Florin said, in 1952, Tesla's nephew, Sava Kasanovic, had Tesla's entire estate shipped to Belgrade in the 80 trunks marked Ente. That's not to say things were not removed by Trump. In 1957, he transported Tesla's ashes from the United States to Belgrade as well and displayed them in a gold-plated sphere on a marble pedestal in the Nikola Tesla Museum. Florin added, I'm going to contact the family and take a trip to Belgrade to see if I can get access to any documents. It's only 300 kilometers from here. I have never heard of this museum, but perhaps we could make a small donation. Ian added, Tesla disagreed with the theory of atoms being composed of smaller subatomic particles, stating there was no such thing as an electron creating an electric charge. He believed that if electrons existed at all, they were some fourth state of matter or subatom that could exist only in an experimental vacuum and that they had nothing to do with electricity. Perhaps he was talking about superstrings. Without a physics background, how are we going to know what we're looking for? I asked and Ian replied, yes, it's very complicated, and you and I are more about biology. Alexei and Florin will review any documents we find, and then we'll have to call in an expert if we find documents that need to be interpreted or explained to us. Ian continued, Tesla believed that atoms could not change their state or be split in any way. He was a believer in the 19th century concept of an all-pervasive ether that transmitted electrical energy, claiming to have developed his own physical principle regarding matter and energy that was a dynamic theory of gravity to end false conceptions of curved space. Over the centuries, ether has meant many things to many people. The Greeks saw ether as the god of light and the fifth element of the universe. Medieval alchemists saw it as the fabled philosopher's stone. Early modern scientists like René Descartes and Nikola Tesla were still pointing to ether to explain fundamental natural phenomena like gravity and light. Ether continues to be an imaginary concept that swings scientific pendulums. Florin added, alchemists put a new spin on ether. To them, it described the most pristine and perfect essence found in nature. They called it quintessence. They saw quintessence as divine, but believed it was found on earth as well as in the heavens. A bit of godly essence was hidden in all things, whether animal, plant, or mineral. The trick was freeing it. This would hold with the Hindu belief of Brahma throwing human essence down to earth to populate it at the start of a yuga. I said, and Ian raised his eyebrows. Florin continued, the theory was that by distilling a substance down to its elemental form and creating the perfect balance and proportions of the different elements, you could purify matter and transmute it from one substance into another. These alchemists were so secretive they would encrypt their work, make code sheets, secret alphabets, or even languages. Leonardo da Vinci wrote in such a fashion as to require you to hold the document up to a mirror. But what exactly was quintessence? That depended on which alchemist you asked, but it was a secretive art with endless interpretations. Quintessence was a subtle substance found to some degree in each of the other four elements, or it contained all the other elements within it, depending on who you asked. The accidental discovery of phosphorus was made by boiling copious amounts of human urine down while following a recipe to turn lead into gold using concentrated urine. Nikola Tesla wrote that all attempts to explain the workings of the universe without recognizing the existence of a light-bearing ether were futile. To be consistent with the laws of physics, ether had to be fluid, so it could fill all space, but also solid enough to support light waves. It existed everywhere, yet was invisible, weightless, undetectable, and had no effect on physical objects, almost as if it didn't exist at all. Scottish physicist James Maxwell discovered that electromagnetic waves travel at the speed of light because they're the same. Radio waves, X-rays, and visible light were all part of the same electromagnetic spectrum. Different kinds of waves didn't need their own ethers, but all traveled through the same luminiferous ether. Florin added, Maxwell's idea that the rotating Earth moving through the ether should create a wind of sorts, and light beams moving through it would have measurable drag, seemed compelling. It seemed light traveled through a vacuum, not a luminiferous material. Ian said, that's interesting. Einstein proposed that light traveled at a constant speed through a vacuum, and that everything is moving relative to everything else. An ether wasn't needed as a fixed reference framework for the universe because time and space were relative, part of one continuum. Space-time was the new ether. That's big conceptual thinking. Can we make anything concrete from it? I asked, to which Ian replied, time will tell. With that we all returned to our teams and our daily searches. I had lunch one day with Darla and Magda, which gave me the opportunity to ask about their pets and how they came to acquire them. Darla said, when we were 12 years old, we were told to start thinking about which pet we would want to become our companion and performance partner. Mother told us stories of great animals and their wonderful masters who ruled the northern forests. Some of the stories were well-trod traditions, but Mother also had some of her own. On our 13th birthday, we were joined with the pet we chose from that day on. We have all kinds of animals here, but there are many considerations. I spent a whole week living with the animals to make my final choice. There are so many wonderful animals, I wanted to be bound to them all. Magda said. What kind of animals are there to choose from? I thought most children would have only been able to pick from dogs, cats, and birds. We have lots of animals in the circus that perform with us in various ways. The Southern Circus has 6 Siberian tigers and 2 Russian bears, assorted snakes, camels, horses, dogs, cats, monkeys, several different types of exotic birds, and the other routes have their animals too. I had such a tough decision, but, in the end, I love Peepers so much and I can't imagine not having his eyes to look into or see his expression when I talk to him. He's so full of wisdom. Magda said, hugging herself like she had hold of him. Do they have any magical abilities? I asked. One of the stories that my mother told us was about Radovan Seltradat and the Shah of the Crimson Scimitar. Many generations ago a book was acquired from a monk which contained a spell that allegedly allowed animals to become invisible and then reappear. The book was written in Latin and eventually translated, but the formula didn't work or even make sense. Darla told me. Mother says after searching for decades they learned from a monk of the same order that there was a mask page which was required to reveal the true formula. The monk claimed to have the page, but eventually he was exposed as a fraud. The page did eventually surface. Magda added. Darla continued, it was another 50 years before the document surfaced in Timbuktu. Radovan Seltradat acquired the page from the Shah of the Crimson Scimitar. When the mask was applied over the formula page, it revealed several critical changes to the formula. I don't know what they were, but they were critical. Magda said, the week before we became bonded, Peepers had to spend a week undergoing a series of injections. That was a horrible week for me because I was not allowed to see him until my birthday. Darla said, yes, that was a tough week. Your pets become invisible? Magda shook her head knowingly, then said, it's only for a brief moment and then they reappear. I don't know where they go, but they always come back. It takes years to train them to follow the routing in the show, especially when it means making intentional mistakes. And I was left to ponder that question further, but on my own. Perhaps if Lord Andrew was with Peepers, Thief, or Mr. Whiskers we might know where they are going, I thought. I had to ask Florin the next time I saw him about the animals. He said, yes, Darla, Magda and Krista have the last 3 that we can make at the moment. The book was taken from us, and the serum is based on body weight. I had just enough for a total body mass of 3 kilos. If you don't use enough, the animal has no benefit. You can use more and get a prolonged effect, but that was abused in the past, and many of the tigers in early Soviet years used a great deal to create. How do you train the animals to become invisible and then return? I asked, to which she replied, the formula that they are injected with is triggered by a chemical response. We aren't sure, but we believe when serotonin is produced by the brain, they gain invisibility and then return when it's exhausted. I don't know of any research that shows how a human can control serotonin cascades in their brain, and Peepers isn't telling us, so it's a mystery. As for the formula itself, I was not born the last time it was created, and there is no other living person who was present. Tavarius would have been. So naturally I asked, what happened to the book? The book was stolen by Ivan Seltradat when he and Tavarius fell out. Ivan has the book, but we have the mask, so neither of us has the serum. Florin told me. This held true with what Marius had told me of the breakup being about magical beast tombs. To match this formula with Sir Malcolm's formula would create a powerful combination for man or beast. Later that day, while reviewing a document, Ian and I heard that Magda had opened the puzzle box, and we rushed to find her. Several others had found her first and were gathered around. She had not disturbed the contents of the box by opening it, but it was in a position to be opened. When Ian arrived, she handed him the box and asked, "Is there a prize?" and everyone laughed. "How did you do it?" Ian asked, and she replied, "There are many mythical plants in Chinese mythology, and when you look at an ornamental box such as this, you look at the symbols and what they tell you. This is an exquisite box with beautiful inlays of various woods inside other woods. Some plants used in mystical pieces are found in particularly inaccessible areas of the earth, like the Fusong World Tree, the magical Yao grass, and they have both mushrooms and peaches of immortality," and people laughed. This box is made primarily of pine, but has cypress and plum inlays. That makes it a box of interest right away. The indicator was the dragon inlay in the middle. It has 4 fingers or claws on its toes. The more toes, the more important the box. Only the emperor could have a dragon image with 5 toes. This one has 4, so it must be a fine object. When I had advanced the bars halfway, I began to rotate the dragon image in the middle by applying pressure and pushing down. A couple of 100 moves later, voila, and everyone applauded. Ian gingerly opened the box and allowed air in for the first time in quite a while. Inside was a lead box. Upon removing the box and opening it, only one folded page of paper was contained inside. It was a riddle. Ian read it out. "The hill maple is the tree with knowledge. Through the African soil on 8 legs, it scrambles. The precious nectar holds life and liberation, or death and new beginning. Kali collects the blood and Shiva demands each must drink. The earthly net will bring minds together." We puzzled over its contents for the rest of the day and sat around throwing out theories. Sandy and Uncle Sandu joined us and had some contributions to the solutions. Who wrote it was the first mystery to solve. Sandy said, "I'm not sure that it's Lord Andrew or Sir Malcolm. They are similar in style and structure." "Does anyone know a handwriting expert?" To which Ian replied, "Perhaps my father knows, but either way I believe it was one of them." Then Sandy continued, "We know the hill maple is a tree of importance in Indian mythology, and it grows around Nainital. The next line refers to an African spider, but where in Africa and what spider? Spiders, scorpions, mites, ticks, whip scorpions, and pseudoscorpions are all arachnids. Unlike insects, arachnids have 8 legs and no antennae, and their body is divided into cephalothorax and abdomen. So, the list of suspects is much larger than just spiders." Ian said, "Whatever it is, it must be near Windhaven, but without the species, we would only be guessing. Their precious nectar may be their venom, or even perhaps saliva, or some other bodily fluid." I said. Sandy committed, "I favor venom because it's a cocktail that can be separated into its component parts. And some would be toxic, and others wouldn't." I said. Ian said, "Kali collects the blood," must refer to a blood exchange between participants as part of the formula. Uncle Sandu asked, "Can you give blood transfers to people from animals?" And Ian replied, "Yes, it's called xenotransfusion, but there isn't a lot of information about it other than the mixing of blood. Less than 10% of the total blood volume should restrict the transfer of diseases." Sandy added, "I remember Sir Malcolm telling me about a French monk he was interested in. I didn't know he was known for animal-human blood work. Sir Malcolm had me contact a bookseller in Paris for documents by Dom Robert de Gabots. I believe 2 or 3 books were purchased from that bookseller, but in fact, I purchased many books for both Lord Andrew and Sir Malcolm. To which Ian offered, "You should go up to the house in Nainital when you get back to India and have a look through the bookshelves for any documents by him." Sandy nodded. Ian and I were having lunch on the terrace. We didn't uncover any documents on this trip to move the Tesla investigation along, but Florin will be following up with a trip to Belgrade where all of the Tesla documents that were seized on his death are kept, hopefully as intact as they can be considering their journey. It should have taken more than 3 days to go through 80 trunks of documents and other items written by Tesla, even if a dozen brainiacs were assigned, not just one. Dr. Sue and Dick approached us waving a book or pamphlet at us. They were definitely excited, and Dr. Sue announced, "We found some documentation on phages by an institute in Siberia that was working on virophages. They're small, double-stranded DNA phages that require the co-infection of another virus. The co-infecting viruses are typically giant viruses. Virophages have a parasitic relationship with the co-infecting virus. A majority of these virophages have been discovered by analyzing metagenomic datasets. In metagenomic analysis, DNA sequences are run through multiple bioinformatic algorithms which pull out important patterns and characteristics. We certainly have more computer power than this Soviet doctor did back in his day." Dick added, "My man Cheesy is a whiz with computers and patterns." Dr. Sue continued, "In these datasets are giant viruses and virophages. They're separated by looking for sequences around 17 to 20 kbp long, which have similarities to already sequenced virophages. These virophages can have linear or circular double-stranded DNA genomes. Known virophages in culture have icosahedral capsid particles that measure around 40 to 80 nanometers long, and virophage particles are so small that an electron microscope is needed to view them. The virophages do not have the necessary enzymes to replicate on their own. This is just all so fabulous that my mind is spinning in 1,000 directions." And Dick added, "She won't sleep for days now." She went on to say all virophages known so far have 4 core genes. They're the virophage-specific major and minor capsid proteins, MCP and MCP, pro-cysteine protease, and a DNA packaging ADPase. The 2 capsids are almost universally found in a conserved block. These sequences are derived from DNA fragments of bacteriophages that had previously infected the prokaryote. They're used to detect and destroy DNA from similar bacteriophages during subsequent infections. These sequences play a key role in the antiviral defense system of prokaryotes and provide a form of acquired immunity. CRISPR are found in approximately 50% of sequenced bacterial genomes and nearly 90% of sequenced archaea. Although Dr. Sue's brain was spinning, ours had ground to a halt, so we left her to Dick and went back to our teams. A few days later, while taking a break on the terrace, I saw Sandy running across the lawn and locate Ian, to whom he began talking to in an extremely animated manner. His hands were flailing about, and he was bouncing around like a polo ball. The two of them started walking quickly towards the ground floor library. Ian looked over at me and signaled me to come along. I entered through the double doors a minute or two behind them. Ian and Sandy were looking at a document that Richard had his finger on. It was obviously written in Sanskrit, but Richard was pointing out the material that it was written on. The type of material used to write on can indicate when it was written as well as the area it may have originated from. Sandy added, "Many scholars believe that the Vedic Indians didn't have any written language because teaching was oral. However, that was not true. They simply felt that the process of learning by heart was the proper way to learn. Study from manuscripts was not considered a proper method of learning. They transferred their scriptures by inscribing them on ivory bars and conch shells. Gold and silver were used for engraving and casting with characters. While the rest of the world was using animal skins to write on, in India it was considered impure and rarely used for writing. In Rajasthan, almanacs and horoscopes were prepared on scrolls of cloth. Paper was introduced in India sometime in the 11th century. Palm leaf was a most important material used for writing manuscripts prior to this time. Two types of palms were used, the Shritala or Talipot palm, Corypha umbraculifera, and the Karatala or Palmyra palm, Borassus flabelliformis. Of these, the Talipot gives leaves that are long, smooth, and supple. It grows abundantly on the Malabar coast. Richard interjected with, even the way the palm leaves are prepared can indicate the source of the material. In South India, a pointed stylus was used to incise letters on the palm leaf, and then lampblack or some color pigment was rubbed into the incised letters. The other method, in northern India, was to use pen and ink. The palm leaves couldn't be bound like a book, so holes were bored in the leaves and cords passed through them with two wooden boards on the outside. This method didn't preserve the text very well, so most of the legible copies come from the north, especially into the Himalayas. Then Sandy concluded with, another very popular material for writing purposes in ancient India was birch bark, which the Indians called Burjapatra. Only the inner bark was used for writing. The birch tree grows in the Himalayas at a height of nearly 14,000 feet. And finally, the bark of the agaru tree, which was called Sanchapata in Assamese. It was extensively used in northeast India for writing and painting, so it would definitely point to that area. Richard then said, having said all that, the material appears to be birch bark, which would indicate a time before 1100 AD and may focus our attention on the north of India and perhaps the lower Himalayas. That brings us to the text itself. Again, because this is India, there is a great deal of variation in the possible language structures of the script. Most scholars believe the first version of Sanskrit is the Vedic Sanskrit found in the Rig Veda, but there are earlier versions produced by the Indus Valley people. That would be in the Pakistan region, not the north. The ancient Dravidian languages influenced Sanskrit's phonology and syntax, but was much more prevalent in the southern states of India. A standardized grammatical form emerged in the first millennium BCE known as Classical Sanskrit, and at the same time Epic Sanskrit was being used in various Brahmic scripts in the north. Ian asked, can you identify who this script may have been created by? Richard rolled his eyes and said, I've had only an hour with this document, and this will take a great deal of time to translate fully. What I can tell you is this word here. And he pointed to a Sanskrit word that was larger than the others, but looked like a row of squiggles to me. I can't be 100% sure at this point in time, but referring to Sandy's list of sages, this appears to be the Sanskrit spelling of Brigu. Oh my God, are you sure, Richard? Sandy gasped. Richard replied, it does appear like that, but I'll continue my research because I'm not yet confident with all of the variations, especially when we're going back in time like this. Was he an important sage? I'll say he was. Maharishi Brigu was Saptarishis, one of the facilitators of creation created by Brahma that lived during the time of Manu, the Hindu progenitor of humanity. Sandy read from his laptop. He was the first to compile text on predictive astrology and authored the Brigu Samhita, an astrological classic. Brigu is considered a Manasaputra, or mind-born son of Brahma. In the Bhagavad Gita, Krishna says that among sages, Brigu is the opulence of God. Cheesy had been researching Brigu and stepped forward to say, Varuna, his father, told Brigu that Brahman is that from which beings originate, through which they live, and in which they re-enter after death. Explore that because that is Brahman. That kind of ties in the birth and rebirth concepts, but what does it mean that we live through Brahman? Sandy replied, his quest was to reach and realize the innermost kernel of spiritual self-knowledge. He was reborn in Chakshusa Manvantara from Brahma's fire and adopted by Varani, so he was also called Varani Brigu. Ian noted, "You've got your work cut out for you, Richard." I ran into Cheesy at lunch one day near the end of our trip, and he informed me he finally found out where Darla was going in September, and he couldn't be happier. She was going to be the ringmaster at the new circus arena the Celtradats were building in Las Vegas for the Jacks. Their act requires a considerable amount of setup, so they can't simply go and perform anywhere in Las Vegas. Uncle Sandu struck a deal with a new casino opening in Las Vegas called the Volcano. He agreed to a 3-year contract to build the Caldera Arena and supply all the acts. At the end of 3 years, the arena will be dismantled to preserve any trade secrets and recover any items necessary. A few of the Celtradat circus employees were also going to reside at the Salton Sea site to train with the Jacks, and a few have come with Uncle Sandu to manage the construction. With so much of the wall around the sink under construction, Uncle Sandu is confident enough to start some small structures on the Salton Sea properties once the Caldera Arena is done. The Celtradats want to open their own casino at the Salton Sea, but in California it's prohibited unless you're considered a Native American. These casinos are supposed to be on reserve land, but the Red Shores Casino on the other side of the lake doesn't appear to be, so the discussions are continuing. They've considered a partnership if the Red Shores Casino can move to the east side and non-native investment is allowed. Over the time we spent that summer in Romania or Moldavia, whichever you consider it, I came to appreciate Florin's skills. He looked out for Darla, Magda, and Krista like an uncle with 3 nieces. Marius recanted a story of a time Krista was dating a young fellow from the village. He fancied himself a count, as did many of the want-to-be aristocratic types in the area, so addressed himself as Count Grigor Balantic. Florin knew him to be a pompous ass and a dandy. Krista had invited Grigor to the Sunday meal, and they decided to take a walk in the forest for some alone time before the meal and the family inquisition. They stopped by a door at the rear of the castle to pick up their boots, walking sticks, and topcoats. Unknown to them, they were being observed by Florin, Marius, and Marion from the roof as they left the building and entered the forest. Their path led down the hill to a secluded glade overlooking a stream, where they sat on the side of the hill, talking and looking over the vista. The boys could see from their vantage point that something was moving down the path they had used to get to the clearing. It was a skunk. He sniffed the air and followed in the footsteps of Count Grigor almost exactly. A second skunk appeared following in exactly the same line as the first one. Neither Krista nor Grigor were aware of their visitors yet, but Thief was becoming agitated. We could see multiple skunks coming out of their dens in search of Count Grigor because Florin had coated the bottom of his boots and coat with skunk pheromones. We couldn't smell the pheromones, but the skunks certainly could. Florin was a whiz at extracting one thing out of another and then pumping it up to megapotency. Marius said, beginning to laugh. Thief started squawking, which alerted Krista. She turned and saw half a dozen skunks approaching their position. Her startled yell alerted Grigor, who jumped up and moved behind Krista. She got pissed at him and ran off back to the castle. But by this time, Marius was laughing too hard to continue. "Sorry," he said as he composed himself long enough to continue when Grigor tried to follow her. All of the skunks started following him. Several appeared in his tracks before him, so he had to change direction. We saw him head into the forest and then lost him for about a half an hour. When he did emerge from the forest, he was skulking through the back parking lot trying to get to his motorcycle and escape. Needless to say, he didn't stay for dinner or, in fact, ever return. What did Krista say? I asked and Marius said, "Oh yeah, she was pissed and knew exactly what had happened. When that many skunks appeared at once she knew Florin was involved. I don't think she talked to him for a month, but ultimately she realized Grigor Balantic was a dish a bag, so she forgave Florin." In another conversation with Marion, I learned a bit more about Florin's origin. I thought he was about the same age as Sandy and Uncle Sandu, but was never quite sure. Florin was born in Romania and grew up under the regime of Nicolae Ceausescu, as I already knew. His parents were married in the 1960s, before Ceausescu came to power, but the fellow who preceded him, George Dage, was certainly no better. When Ceausescu came to power, the population of Romania was lagging behind other countries due to issues like infant mortality and low birth rate. There was a huge push to force people to have children and boost the available workforce. Abortion and Abortion and contraception were outlawed in Ceausescu's Romania, and women were required to have routine pregnancy tests. People who did not have children were taxed, and it was completely legal to discriminate against childless people. These policies resulted in the deaths of over 9,000 women due to illegal abortions. Large numbers of children were put into Romanian orphanages or out on the street when orphanages were closed, or families could not feed them. Marian continued, Florin has told me stories of his parents and his life in that world, but I wouldn't take the liberty of repeating them to you. If you come to know Florin, he may open up and reveal some of these to you. You and I have grown up in privileged environments, so it's nearly impossible for us to imagine what it would be like growing up in Romania under Ceausescu year after year. Sure, you can image one or two events spelled out in great detail, but living the life is quite another thing, I think. Uncle Sandu told me, the other side of the Ceausescu coin was the secret police, the Securitate. A truly devious outfit that had an agreement which allowed Jews and Germans to emigrate back to their countries. 1 in 3 Romanians was an informant for the Securitate. If you like this part of history, we have some interesting diary entries from the Ceausescu period. The Celtradates were able to smuggle some important people through Romania and even to South America, where Ceausescu had ties with General Pinochet. Ceausescu enacted harsh austerity policies, including rationing food, gas, heating, and electricity. Most of what was available were export rejects because the quality goods were used to obtain hard currency. In the end, after being tried and convicted of economic sabotage and genocide, Nicolae Ceausescu and his wife were sentenced to death, and immediately executed by firing squad on Christmas Day. Marian said, Florin loves Christmas Day for that reason. He's not a religious man, but you won't find him in a better mood all year than at Christmas. Our trip to Moldavia had been very positive for all our endeavors, which put everyone in a great mood for the geomancy ball on the final night. Cheesy and I were dressed in our outfits when we met on our way down to the ballroom. Let me see, you are acquisitio. You're looking to acquire or gain an increase of wealth. But you know he's also known to lack compassion and generosity. In fact, he can represent the end of love in some circumstances. Cheesy looked at me, said, oh shit. Are you sure? Why didn't I see that? Cheesy turned his attention to my outfit and said, okay, so you're Fortuna Major, Mr. Big Winner. What are you conveying? To which I replied, great fortune achieved by my own devices, and Cheesy merely grunted, didn't get it. We arrived at the ballroom and there was a lineup at the door as each person was being introduced as their character to the Baroness. Magda and Krista were ahead of us in line. Magda was Puella, a girl of great beauty, compassion, feminine receptivity, and open to many adventures. Perfect, I thought. Krista was Caput Draconis, or the Dragon's Head. She was all about new beginnings, or a new cycle of adventure. It suited her to a T. The Baroness sat in a throne-like chair at the entrance to the room, and Magda told us she was dressed as Aries, the Queen of Astrology. We were supposed to bow or curtsy as we walked past. Behind us was Uncle Sandu and Aunt Alexandria. He was Artist the White, which said he was open-minded to all things, but rather forgetful of others, and she was Vaya, the Road. I didn't know her very well yet and barely knew April and Alexei, but I knew Via was about active effort, following a path driven toward destiny. Was she a megalomaniac? Ian was waiting for us as we came through the door and paid our respects to the Baroness. He was Letitia, the epitome of happiness, joy, and ecstasy, as well as upward movement. I ignored the gender confusion because I was sure it was the sentiment he was after. Whether it was acceptable for men to assume what were considered feminine attributes in geomancy and vice versa would remain to be seen. As we approached, Ian made an awkward attempt at a little soft shoe two-step. "I'm happy feet," he said, alluding to the fact that Letitia was all about the feet. We joined the Jacks at a table. Marius was, of course, Rubius the Red. This guy was all about sex, drugs, and rock and roll. Mischief was not out of the question, and there had to be some fire in the works. I thought this might be a bit out of character for Marius, but maybe he was trying to switch roles with Marion. Marion was Pure the boy. This suited him as Pure was aggressive, assertive, masculine, action, and even risky behavior bordering on cockiness. Perhaps they both want to play the same part. I saw April on the dance floor with Richard. Richard was carcer, which represented the prison. Limitations and boundaries such as a good Protestant general would command. Although carcer was not a perfect match for Richard, because he was also known for acceptance of present circumstances, the concept of being locked in came to mind, and I thought perhaps locked up would be better. April was Vaya, just as her mother was. Great powers and destiny must run in the family. Alexei was dancing with someone unfamiliar to me, and Henri and his date were next to them. I thought it was an interesting choice for Alexei to choose Populus. Populus represents the people and being a part of a great mass of people. Effort is all about team play and coordination. This was his Soviet upbringing as well as his father's influence. After all, if your father was a general in post-war Russia, wouldn't you have some very socialistic views among your communistic views? As usual, Henri was living up to Cheesy's nickname of obnoxious little dickhead, or old for short, and chose Tristitia because she represented sorrow, sadness, and trouble, which I assumed he saw himself inflicting on others. Aside from the gender, that really was Henri, and for that matter, Richard too, from an external perspective. But Richard had a desire to profit from it as well. Sandy was very appropriately outfitted as Fortuna Minor, or the Lesser Fortune. Swiftly passing opportunities that must be grasped without delay to build a steadily growing empire. Although I would never describe Sandy as a capitalist, he did have a penchant for acquiring more wealth than he ever dreamed of or even desired. Dick was Conjunctio, which represented crossroads. It was about choice, choosing, and the decision at hand. Indecision makes things harder for Conjunctio, so he had best shit or get off the pot. Conjunctio says choose. Now if I was a gambling man, I would put money on the fact that Dick had designs on Dr. Sue, but that something was blocking his way. It could be his military career, his grandfather or father, the age difference, or perhaps he was all in, but she was not. I took a look at what Dr. Sue had chosen, and she was Artis the White. Artis is open to intellectual and spiritual pursuits, but rather forgetful when it comes to thoughts of anything else. Dr. Sue clearly chose this for herself, and I think Dick may have preferred her to be Puella the girl. She already represented many of these attributes to him. Darla was Rubius the Red, just like Marius, and it was just as appropriate. She was going to make a fabulous ringmaster in Las Vegas, but right now she seemed to be organizing something on the dance floor. Two people brought out a large floor mat that they unrolled over the dance floor. The mat covered the entire hall from end to end and side to side, and it seemed to have a shield laid out on it, just as Krista had used when she showed us geomancy. Darla took center stage on the dance floor, accompanied by the pets, Mr. Whiskers, Peepers, and Thief, who were wearing matching outfits with their masters, tailored to their unique physiques. Welcome everyone to the Great Shield. Baroness, will you come forward and cast the first mother? And the crowd cheered as the Baroness stood at her chair and took the divination dice from one of the people helping out. The Baroness gave the dice a throw onto the Great Shield, and Darla read out the results. Even, odd, she announced, and the crowd cheered. Fortuna Minor is the first mother tonight. Everyone dressed as Fortuna Minor come down and stand in the first mother's position. They were handed a small gift bag when they arrived. We cheered for Sandy as he went down to stand in the square with several other people from the crowd. I'm not sure how many people were in attendance, but there were lots of people from the local area. The Baroness continued to roll the dice for the other mothers while Darla announced who they were. By the time they reached the daughters, the momentum began to pick up. After all, it was just a calculation away, and I'm sure some of the bright ones have already calculated the judge and witness. When all was said and done, the judge was announced. Darla took the microphone in one hand and lifted the other to quiet the crowd. The judge for tonight's Great Shield is Conjunctio the Crossroads. And Dick nearly jumped out of his skin trying to get to the judge's square. He was the only Conjunctio. And finally, the sentence for tonight's Great Shield is Artis the White. Darla announced. When I realized who was Artis, I think I actually gasped out loud and I poked Cheesy in the ribs. He shook his head with acknowledgement and smiled. Dr. Sue was one of the artists, as was Uncle Sandu and several other guests. If the decision was in Dick's hands, I wouldn't think there would be any indecision. That made Cheesy and I think if this didn't send their romance over the top, then there was a major blockage somewhere. The rest of the evening was much of a blur, but I'm sure we all had a great time. In the morning, everyone packed up their belongings and began our goodbyes. As I was leaving, Magda gave me an amulet card from a single rowan branch. The design was intricate with a wolf carved in the middle that she had created herself. This was a good tree that had the support of a mighty oak. It will always keep you safe on your journey. I placed the amulet around my neck and never again took it off. I arrived back in Oxford again to find Errol had made some significant improvements to our house by updating both the kitchen and main bathroom. According to Errol, those were the two places in a house that improved the resale value of the property the most. I'd never really thought about improving the house, just living in it and then selling it when we were finished, but Errol had a different opinion. After my father died, my mother and I lived with Uncle Artis. We didn't have a lot of money, but if my mother didn't have dreams for me, we probably wouldn't have needed more than we had. She made a promise to my father that she would see that I got an education and would be a man who was respected for his intelligence. Uncle Artis, on the other hand, wanted me to be a man who was respected for his work ethic and integrity. They both took it upon themselves to fulfill those commitments. My mother worked 2 jobs, the cannery and the bar. Uncle Artis worked at the cannery and worked on improving every house we lived in. I think we moved 6 times before I finished high school. Each time they sold a property, Uncle Artis was ready to jump on the next property and plan a whole new set of renovations to flip it. In high school, I didn't join any teams or clubs because I was working on renovations with Uncle Artis when I wasn't studying or playing the occasional D&D session. My mother was a taskmaster when it came to academic pursuits. She was so much smarter than her education gave her credit for. That's how I was able to attend Oxford, and that's also why failure is not an option. A crucial year lay ahead for both of us. Although we had achieved our bachelor's degrees, we were now working to achieve our MBio or master's degrees. Whether or not that would be the end of our education was still up in the air for both of us. I think the most difficult decision students of higher education face is the decision of when to jump off the education train and begin their practical knowledge journey. To say their practical knowledge journey wasn't academic would be wrong. How many of those journeys have led to changing the academic knowledge taught? Maybe academic knowledge isn't as smarty as academics think it is. Time will tell. Not to say that cashing in on their education didn't hold some appeal for many would be a lie. My personal lack of family connections and my financial independence didn't present me with this problem. Errol and I did lose some good friends along the way that couldn't manage financially or struggled with the course material on an intellectual or focus level. Their journey hopefully was enriched by their time here, and they may rejoin our paths in the future. Reflecting back on the first 3 years Errol and I spent at Oxford made me realize how far I had personally traveled since boarding this academic train ride in Switzerland. At Oxford, Errol and I studied organic chemistry together and learned the structure, properties and reactions of all organic compounds that contain carbon. I can hear Errol reciting before a test while brushing his teeth. Carbon has 4 electrons in its outer shell that can form, spit, rinse, for covalent bonds with other atoms or molecules. Spit, rinse, this is a chemical bond that involves the sharing of electron pairs, spit, rinse, between atoms in a stable balance of attractive and repulsive forces. Spit, rinse. It seemed to me that carbon had to have its electron pendulums in equilibrium, scratch, fart. But that was a key concept for us at the time because the bonding patterns of carbon, with its valence of 4, allowed it to form single, double, and triple bonds. Organic compounds form the basis of all earthly life and constitute the majority of known chemicals. That sounds like a good starting point for life's pursuit to me. Methane has 4 hydrogen atoms bound to a single carbon atom, the simplest organic carbon molecule known to humans, at least for now. The array of organic compounds is structurally diverse and includes pharmaceuticals, petrochemicals, agrochemicals as well as all the products made from them. Lectures were generally low-key and somewhat boring if you knew the material ahead of time. Occasionally, a comedian would spice things up a bit, and those were the days you wanted to be in attendance. A fellow in my class, Norbert Storko, asked, "What are polymers, sir?" And the professor replied, "They're an important property of carbon, Mr. Storko. They represent its ability to readily form chains, or networks through carbon-carbon bonds called polymerization." You might keep polymerization in mind, Mr. Storko, should you ever consider hacking into the computers of any school labs, to which Norbert shrugged and replied, "I am just a simple monomer, sir." Norbert was a real character. On one of his late-night I need a place to crash visits, he told Errol and I that his girlfriend asked him what are the basic reaction types. Thinking she was quizzing him for an upcoming, unknown test, he replied, "The basic reaction types are addition reactions, elimination reactions, substitution reactions, pericyclic reactions, rearrangement reactions, and redox reactions." And he looked very proud of himself. She screamed, "Wrong, asshole." The reaction to me finding out what you did with my Tammy last night. She had already moved his desktop computer in front of the open window, so simply had to stomp over to it and push. Norbert said he heard a car siren sound outside the window, and when she looked out, she realized she had just pushed his computer out on top of her own car. Pendulums were swinging that night, and his ended up on our sofa. I remember a conversation with Ian when I was taking synthetic organic chemistry where he asked, "What did you think of the course?" and I replied, "It seems more like engineering with the design and construction of organics for practical human purposes." It sounds like the plot from an anime film where a corporation is creating and enslaving a sentient subspecies that goes rabid. Ian did love his anime, and I knew he would love that analogy. Both Errol and I enjoy biomolecular chemistry with its complex multifunctional group molecules that are such important components of all living organisms. I say enjoy rather than enjoyed because this is an area we will continue to carry on our journey forward. These molecules include long-chain biopolymers like peptides, DNA, RNA, and the polysaccharides like starches in animals and celluloses in plants. All the keys to the puzzles of the future. Included are amino acids, the monomer building blocks of peptides and proteins, carbohydrates, which include the polysaccharides, the nucleic acids, including DNA and RNA as polymers, and the lipids. My heart races just thinking about this starting lineup. Errol focused on animal biochemistry as well. He studied small molecule intermediates that assist in energy production through the Krebs cycle. They produce isoprene, the most common hydrocarbon in animals. Isoprenes in animals form the important steroid structural cholesterol and steroid hormone compounds. In plants, isoprenes form terpenes, terpenoids, alkaloids, and a class of hydrocarbons called biopolymer polyisoprenoids present in the latex of various species, which is the basis for making rubber. Cell biology was a pretty basic course that many of our friends had to get through. These friends included a group of people we played Dungeons and Dragons with. This eclectic collection of acquaintances, schoolmates, neighbors, and workmates often inhabited our basement for a 3-day D&D session. Pizza and chicken boxes had to be bulldozed out the double doors, along with a mountain of sleeping bags, blankets, and pillows. It was an ill wind that blew through our neighborhood on those mornings. Several stuffed animals still remain in our lost and found. It really wasn't that difficult to find these people at Oxford or in Edinburgh in general. If you walk around on a sunny day and observe the people under trees reading books or hiding behind poles acting like they're trying to look indiscreet, then you have the foundation of your group. Our group included a girl by the name of Shelley. That wasn't her real name, but the name of her current persona, which was to live in Shelley's world. She dressed in a Victorian modern kind of way that was unique to her. Shelley was the perfect dungeon master because with her knowledge of the game as well as her knowledge of cell biology, only she could create this session. In cell biology, we studied the structure, function, and behavior of cells, including both prokaryotic and eukaryotic cells. Prokaryotic cells do not have a cell nucleus or other membrane-bound organelle. They are the smallest form of life and include bacteria and archaea, which both reproduce through binary fission. Eukaryotic cells can either be unicellular or multicellular and include animals, plants, fungi, and protozoa. The test we all had to pass was based on the components of the eukaryotic cell. Shelley devised a D&D session to help us remember those components. Normally, people who didn't have to pass the test could care less about this information. In D&D, if you get to play a character, you are part of it. Everyone got to play at least one character from the cast of the nucleus, the nucleolus, the endoplasmic reticulum aka Miss Mitochondria, the Golgi apparatus, the lysosome, the cytoskeleton, the cell membrane, centrioles. The nucleus was played by Simone Westerlake, a student in our year, but not in many of our classes. The only other connection with her was when she dated Norbert about a year ago. The nucleus was the lead role and stores the genome and genetic information for the cell, containing all the DNA organized in the form of chromosomes. Then the journey begins. Its armor is a nuclear envelope that has nuclear pores to allow the transport of proteins inside and outside of the nucleus. This is key to passing changes. The replication of DNA as well as the transcription of DNA to RNA must happen here, and this is the first hurdle in the dungeon quest. Afterwards, the RNA is modified and transported out to the cytosol to be translated to protein. The nucleolus was also played by Simone Westerlake by holding out her arms. The nucleolus is inside the nucleus and is dense and spherical in shape. It deals with ribosomal RNA, rRNA, synthesis required for ribosomal assembly. The endoplasmic reticulum was played by Wild Bill Croneluck. Wild Bill earned his name many times over, mostly through his bar exploits, but he was always a great guy to run into at any bar. He could bring most nerds out of their shells and get them in more trouble than they've ever been in. This character suited Wild Bill's personally to a T, commonly known as ER. This structure is a network of membranes found throughout the cell and connected to the nucleus. A real hanger-on type that likes to deal in information. The membranes are slightly different from cell to cell, and a cell's function determines the size and structure of the ER. A very adaptable guy, perhaps even malleable. ER synthesizes, stores, and secretes proteins, then deals them off to the Golgi apparatus. Several missions and major quests had to be executed to build a network with the Golgi. Tricky buggers, the Golgi. Miss Mitochondria was played by Nadine Patterson, the current saddle partner of Wild Bill, but Nadine was also in our course, and that's how Wild Bill met her. Miss Mitochondria produces energy in the form of ATP within the cell. Her homeland hosts the Krebs cycle or TCA cycle dedicated to the production of NADH and FADH. These products are used within the electron transport chain, ETC, a non-player character, and oxidative phosphorylation for the final production of ATP. The Golgi apparatus was played brilliantly by Errol. The Golgi functions to process, package, and secrete the proteins to their destination. Protection is necessary. The proteins contain a signal sequence which allows the Golgi apparatus wise guys to recognize and direct it to the right place. Errol played this role brilliantly in an Al Capone persona. I played the lysosome less brilliantly, but hopefully a competent performance. The lysosome functions to degrade material brought in from the outside of the cell or old organelles. This contains many acid hydrolases, proteases, nucleases, and lipases, which break down the various molecules. As they attacked me in various quests, I was able to fight them off with acids and other vile liquids and gases. My specialty was autophagy, which is the process of degradation that occurs when a vesicle buds off from the ER and engulfs the material. Then it attaches and fuses with the lysosome to allow the material to be degraded. It's a head-to-head match against Wild Bill, and he called me horribly insulting names. The ribosomes were played by Raj Kanwar, a friend of Wild Bill's. The ribosomes translate RNA to protein. It serves as a site of protein synthesis. This is a quest that must be made when Raj shows up over the timeline of the D&D session. Let's just say Raj moved on his own timeline. The cytoskeleton was performed adequately by our neighbor Sonia Swan. Sonia was an accountant at a local company and had recently purchased the house next door. Errol was helping her get settled in and invited her to join us. She had never participated in anything like this before and was skeptical, but we had a role that needed filling. I'm sure she had it in the back of her mind that we were some kind of cult. Sonia was cytoskeleton, a structure that maintains the shape and general organization of cytoplasm. She must also anchor organelles within the cells, creating structure and stability. Cytoskeleton is composed of three principal types of protein filaments or henchmen known as actin filaments, intermediate filaments, and microtubules. They are held together and linked to subcellular organelles and the plasma membrane by a variety of accessory proteins, which is one of the most difficult quests on Shelley's journey. In retrospect, a more familiar player would have been better in this spot, but in reality, Errol also played this part through Sonia. Cell membrane was played by Sonia's boarder Dominic Balagumba, a medical student. The cell membrane can be described as a phospholipid bilayer which consists of lipids and proteins. Because the inside of the bilayer is hydrophobic, and in order for molecules to participate in reactions within the cell, they need to be able to cross this membrane layer. Spells for this character include osmotic pressure, diffusion, concentration gradients, and membrane channels. Awesome! Dominic played this part well, and as a medical student knew his material well. Centrioles was played by Dominic's friend Igor Rozmoinets. Igor worked in a tattoo and piercing shop near the school that was quite popular with the first-year students. Cheesy would have called Igor a nip-and-scrot guy. The centriole's function was to produce spindle fibers, which are required to separate chromosomes during cell division. Eukaryotic cells may also be composed of chromatin to make up chromosomes and a mixture of DNA with various proteins as well as cilia to propel substances or for sensory purposes. I don't think Igor was a student, but I didn't ask either. He did say to Dominic at one point, "I thought you were talking about cells with bars on them or something." That was the most memorable D&D session I was ever a part of. Great job by Shelley. I also liked structural biology, where we learned about the molecular structure of biological macromolecules such as proteins, made up of amino acids, RNA or DNA, made up of nucleotides, and membranes, made up of lipids. Evolutionary biology had cliché discussions on natural selection, common descent, and speciation, all the fun topics, but with such an array of amazing topics to choose from, it was hard to spend a lot of time philosophizing. We touched on molecular genetics, where researchers are looking for mutations in a gene or induce mutations in a gene to link a gene sequence to a specific phenotype. This is powerful methodology for linking mutations to genetic conditions for treatments or cures for various genetic diseases in the future. More ethical than medical science, I think. We'll have to complete a dissertation this year, and then everyone will decide where their paths lay. Dick was in his final year before graduation and posting to the field as an Army second lieutenant. This is his first year where he gets his military leadership courses and leader development training. Academically, he will receive a Bachelor of Science. Cheesy was finishing his master's at the University of California in cognitive sciences. Brain sciences and human-computer interaction were blended together in this science. It was ideal for Cheesy and his desire to create artificial learning intelligence. Being able to handle double the workload of others enabled him to cover so much more than any other student could hope to. The Jackson Darla were off to the Sultancy temporarily until Las Vegas was ready for them. They were planning a bunch of improvements to some of their properties they liked. The boys were giving a piece of property each to Darla, Magda, and Krista as a gift. Darla was in charge of picking them out. Uncle Sandu was already busy running the construction of the Caldera Arena at the new casino in Las Vegas for the client. He brought a number of people with him from Moldavia, so they have set up a camp on the Salton Sea. It sounded like the place was picking up the development pace pretty fast. Ian was now in residence at McMaster University Hospital. The Canadian hospital system was somewhat different than elsewhere according to Ian. McMaster Emergency catered to children only. Adults had to drive right past the McMaster Emergency to the next hospital that accepted adults. He wondered how many people didn't make the extended journey. Sandy was back in India following up with Richard on the Hindu scripts that were found and was tracking down some potential sources of additional scripts. Richard was planning to join Sandy in India for a month and then visit Nainital for another month. Dr. Sue returned to Windhaven and brought Dr. Ben up to date with our new phage information. She passed out greetings and souvenirs to Dr. Ben, Jay, Jeffrey, Big Wham, and the rest of the Windhaven family. Wham and Angus were off to the University of Nairobi to begin their post-secondary education. One education path for DNA scientists is a PhD degree program in a specialization of biological science. PhD programs in genetics and molecular biology, for example, generally take 6 years to complete and focus on research and laboratory experience. Courses can include genetic systems analysis, microbiology, medical anthropology, evolutionary genetics, as well as human disease modeling. Neither Errol nor I wanted to stay any longer in this part of the world, so we decided to pursue this route, but through Tasmania and a university there or online if possible. Errol loved the idea and began formulating a plan of action for us. I asked him to consider including Cheesy. I had a special Christmas gift made for Magda by creating 4 divination sticks, which represented the elements that she would cast when she was geomancing. The fire stick was created from a rainbow eucalyptus, because this tree needs fire to reproduce. Errol's Uncle Arthur, Uncle Artist's brother, was able to locate a piece of that in Australia for me. The giant California redwood was used as a stick because it's an air conifer. Cheesy had to go to Los Angeles on an errand and was able to pick up a sample for me. The willow was used because a branch of the willow can be planted next to a stream of water, and it will root. I had to order both the willow and the yellow oak from the internet. The oak lives a long, strong life is used to represent the earth. To complete the sticks, once they were milled into popsicle sticks, was to punch them with a steel punch I had made in China from an image of peepers. 2 peepers' faces stared at you from the active side while only one was shown on the passive. Needless to say, she absolutely loved them. For a new country to begin, it generally requires a revolution against the existing structure, whether it's democratic, communist, a dictatorship, or some other type of political structure that has outgrown its usefulness. Once successful, a new structure must be put in place. If you were in charge of choosing, which would you choose? If you're going to go communist, it seems you must pick an iconic leader like Mao Zedong, Kim Jong-il, or Joseph Stalin. Any good bully will do actually. If you're going to be a dictatorship, then you probably have your own leader ready to go. Some type of mock government structure may be required as a disguise. A fake election is always a popular choice. If you're going to be democratic, you must round up all of your potential politicians and have a fair and honest election. The potential politicians begin to sell themselves to one of the parties that are going to fight it out during the next election. It's not good to be on the losing side if you're a politician, so it's in their best interest to find a seat on the winning bus. A good team can carry a weak politician. That may require a few modifications to their belief structure, but nothing they can't live with. Democracy can be achieved with as little as 35% of the popular vote, even with only 2 parties. If the politician is successful in their battle against their opposition, they become a member of the government structure. They have promised to fight for their constituents and carry their banner forward to the national level. To achieve the opportunity to be one of the privileged few with a portfolio may require a few modifications to their belief structure, but nothing they can't live with. Now that they've acquired a government portfolio, they must lead this important area of the country into the future, negotiate contracts with labor groups, and most importantly, they must get re-elected to carry on this profitable work. That may require a few modifications to their belief structure, but nothing they can't live with. If they are truly exceptional politicians, better than any other in their party at maximizing their self-interest, they become the leader. They're now in charge of everything in the country, even though their education wouldn't earn them a middle management job in any field, and their experience requires some massive leveling up in all categories. How do you choose who you put in charge of your pendulum of well-being?